Chapter 39:11. The patriarchs were dumbfounded when they heard Qi Shaoyun's words. Qi Xiong was among them. Although Qi Shaoyun was his nephew, he had always disliked Qi Shaoyun. He had wanted to use this opportunity to make things difficult for Qi Shaoyun. Unexpectedly, Qi Shaoyun was really going to quit. They were at a loss as to what to do. All the sovereign weapons had acknowledged Qi Shaoyun as their master. Moreover, Qi Shaoyun was the only person in the entire race who had grasped the ultimate profundity of a supreme law. If he quit, wouldn't the entire race be in danger? It would be fine if this was a peaceful era. But now, a great enemy of the divine kingdom was right before them. With their strength, how could they contend against the divine kingdom without Qi Shaoyun's help? Not talking anymore. Shut up if you don't dare. Let me say this first. If anyone dares to question my words in the future, don't blame me for not caring about our race. Disperse. Don't provoke the divine kingdom. You don't have the ability to do so. Qi Shaoyun waved his hand. The group exchanged glances and left angrily. The white-bearded old man looked at Qi Shaoyun and smiled hoarsely. Don't be influenced by these fools. You made the right decision this time. That's right. At a time like this, we'd rather suffer some grievances than show off. Qi Ji nodded. After the death of their master, the Chilean race was no longer as strong as before. It was best to avoid showing off. Otherwise, if they were targeted by the young people of the divine kingdom, they would have a hard time in the future. Qi Shaoyun looked at the two and sighed. Fortunately, the two of you understand me. Don't worry. We know that every decision you make is for the good of the Chilean race. The two smiled. On the same day, a woman in a white dress entered the Yin Devil domain. However, she was blocked outside by the barrier set up by the Heavenly Godsword. The Heavenly Godsword was a mid-grade sovereign weapon. She couldn't break through it. However, she did not leave. Long Qin, please come out and fight. His voice was not very loud, but it passed through the barrier and into the dragon's nest, lingering for a long time. All the members of the dragons woke up from their seclusion, their faces full of shock. Meanwhile, in a large hall, Long Qin raised his eyebrows and stepped out of the palace. Within a few breaths, he landed in front of the barrier. He looked at the woman in white outside with a cold glint in his eyes. Are you from Long Qin? The white-dressed woman asked. I am. Long Qin nodded. She had already received news of the arrival of these people. But what they did not expect was that these people were so bold that they actually dared to come directly to the dragon's lair and challenge the siblings. Especially now, the woman in the white dress was all alone. I heard from Ryuko that you are very strong. Come out and fight. The woman in white smiled faintly. They're not dead. Long Qin frowned. Of course. It's not that easy to kill them. The white-dressed woman nodded. Long Qin's expression suddenly showed a trace of anger, and he mocked. They actually left their divine souls in the divine kingdom. It seems that the people of the divine kingdom are also afraid of death. After spending so much effort, the top 10 prodigies were still alive. It was really annoying. Isn't this normal? Don't worry about whether they're dead or not. I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong you are. Come out quickly. Don't let me come here for nothing. The white-dressed woman smiled, full of provocation. Okay. Long Qin nodded. Your Highness, you can't. Suddenly, a figure broke through the air. It was the Crown Prince of the Dragons. What are you doing? Long Qin frowned. The Crown Prince of the Dragons said, this person knows your strength and still dares to come and challenge you. He must be very confident, so it's best to wait for His Highness Long Chen to come back. If my brother doesn't come back, then are we going to stay here forever? When Long Qin heard this, he couldn't help but be annoyed. You must be joking. How can His Highness Long Chen not come back? The Crown Prince of the Dragons smiled awkwardly. Long Qin glared at the Crown Prince of the Dragons. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the white-dressed woman and said with a smile, you must have mistaken the target of the challenge. What do you mean? The white-dressed woman was taken aback. Long Qin said with a smile, you should challenge Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wings Wolf King. Qin Fei Yang, Madman Mo, Golden Wings Wolf King, the white-dressed woman murmured. In the past 6 months in the Sky Cloud realm, she had heard these 3 names more than once. From everyone's words, it seemed that these 3 were very powerful people. Wait until you defeat them, then come and challenge me. Long Qin chuckled and turned to leave without looking back. The crown prince of the dragon's eyes flashed, and he quickly followed, secretly admiring Long Qin's methods. Ever since the divine kingdom descended, Qin Fei Yang and the other 2 had been indifferent. Even the geniuses of the divine kingdom didn't know of their existence. Long Qin's action undoubtedly pushed Qin Fei Yang and the other 2 to the top of the wave. Facing the provocation of the geniuses of the divine kingdom, the 3 naturally couldn't continue to slack off. The white-dressed woman looked at the 2's backs and raised her eyebrows slightly. She turned and left. A few days later. The southern continent. In the sky above a barren mountain. 2 men and a woman gathered together, their brows tightly knitted together. They were the ones who challenged the Feng people, the dragons, and the Kirins. The white-dressed woman frowned and said, "Who do you think Qin Fei Yang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wings Wolf King are? Why do the people of the Sky Cloud realm worship them so much? According to my investigation, they are indeed extraordinary. But there is one thing that is very strange. The people of the Sky Cloud realm seem to be deliberately hiding things about these 3 people." A white-clothed youth next to her said. "Hiding things?" The white-dressed woman was stunned. "Yes. In short, they don't want to talk about it." The white-clothed youth nodded. "Strange." The white-dressed woman murmured. The other white-clothed youth smiled and said, "Why think so much? Won't we know when we meet them? I don't know the whereabouts of Qin Fei Yang and Golden Wings Wolf King, but I have found out the whereabouts of this Madman Mo. Where?" The 2 looked at the white-clothed youth. "Eastern Continent, Demonic Palace. And the people who went to Demonic Palace back then seemed to have been killed by this person." The youth said. "What?" The 2 were shocked. Although the commotion at that time was huge, because our people were all wiped out, the Demonic Palace deliberately blocked the news, so I only found out about it recently. And this Madman Mo seems to still be in seclusion in the Demonic Palace. The youth said. "Is that so? Then let's go to the Eastern Continent." The white-dressed woman smiled, her eyes full of expectation. "Black Tortoise Realm. What's going on?" Little Madman came back, but he didn't come to find us and is hiding in the Demonic Palace. The white-eyed wolf, masked Azura, and Princess Huafeng had already come out of seclusion. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf was sitting in the tea garden, drinking from a jar of wine while complaining in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was sitting on his lap with an intimate appearance. As for the masked Azura, he continued to comprehend other ultimate mysteries. "It is a little strange." Fire Dance nodded, pondered for a while, and said, "And did you notice when Elder Hu sent us a message that Madman is a little different from before? No matter how different he is still our brother. No, we have to go ask him what's going on." The white-eyed wolf stood up. "Then should we inform Qin Fei Yang?" Fire Dance asked. "This guy is focused on comprehending the law of life and death, let's not disturb him. Let's go. Let's go find Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus can send us out." After saying that, the white-eyed wolf pulled Fire Dance and walked toward a courtyard. Chapter 39:12. The Eastern Continent. Even though Madman had killed dozens of people in the Demon Invasion Hall and 4 in Cloud Sea City, the other cities weren't so lucky. Especially East Sea City, Wind Sea City, and Sky Sea City. Those 3 cities were as famous as Cloud Sea City, and they were the 4 super cities of the Eastern Continent. Those places had practically become tourist spots for the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom. They would visit them frequently and challenge the younger generation of the human race. It could be said that the Eastern Continent was even livelier than when Qin Fei Yang and the others had been here all those years ago. But the Demon Palace was very peaceful. Firstly, the barrier around the Crimson Sword prevented the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom from entering the Demon Palace. Secondly, Madman was in charge. Thirdly, the disciples of the Demon Palace were very well behaved during this period and never went out to show off. But The geniuses of the divine kingdom could occasionally be seen in the mountains near the demon palace. He wondered what they were observing in the evening. A few hundred geniuses of the divine kingdom were gathered in a mountain about 50 kilometers away from the demon palace. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they all exuded an extraordinary aura. They whispered to each other as if they were waiting for something. Swoosh! Around an hour later, a spatial passageway opened up in the sky. 2 men and a woman stepped out. As soon as they appeared, the geniuses of the divine kingdom instantly quieted down and looked at them with reverence. How is it? The woman in white looked at the hundreds of people below and asked. One of the youths walked out. Looking at the white-robed woman, he respectfully said, "During this period of time, we have been paying attention to the movements of the Devil Hall. However, this person called Madman Mo has never appeared again. Furthermore, the Devil Hall has a sovereign divine weapon. This sovereign divine weapon has sealed off the entire Devil Hall." A sovereign weapon? Don't they know that using a sovereign weapon is breaking the agreement between Qin Shaotian and the king? The woman in white frowned. Sister Shuang, they only used the sovereign weapon to defend themselves and didn't use it against us. It can't be considered breaking the agreement. The 2 youths in white smiled faintly. I finally understand. In the entire Sky Cloud realm, apart from people like Yun Xiang and Long Chen, no one else can take the stage. The white-dressed woman sneered. That's true. Not to mention the human race, even the Feng people, the dragons, and the Qilin race are not worthy of my attention. Not to mention the people of the older generation. Apart from the Feather Emperor and a few other reclusive old antiques, the strongest of the remaining people are about the same level as us. For example, the clan leaders and elders of the 3 great clans. None of them have comprehended the ultimate profound. As long as we activate the power of the mark, killing them will be a piece of cake. The young men said with disdain. The reclusive old antiques of the 3 major races aren't enough to reach the apex. When I went to Feng people, I took the initiative to challenge those old antiques. In the end, they all fell at my feet. One of the white-clothed youths waved his hand. Another white-clothed youth said, when I went to the Qilin race, it was the same. Those so-called old antiques only grasped the ultimate profound of an ordinary law. With our strength, not to mention ordinary ultimate profound of an ordinary law, even the strongest ultimate profound of an ultimate law may not be our match. The white-dressed woman smiled proudly. When the 2 white-clothed youths heard this, they couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Let's go straight to the demon palace. It's just a barrier of a sovereign divine weapon. How can it stop me? The white-dressed woman's eyes flashed coldly. She took a step forward and instantly traversed dozens of miles, arriving above the entrance of the demon palace. The others also followed. Who is it? At the entrance, the great elder was personally guarding. Sensing the aura of a group of people, the great elder immediately opened his eyes and looked up in surprise. When he saw the crescent moon mark between the brows of the white-dressed woman and the others, his eyebrows raised. Let Madman Mo come out. The white-dressed woman said faintly. In response, the great elder ignored her and closed his eyes, continuing to meditate. Elder Hua and the others also sensed the aura of a group of people, but they also ignored them. The white-dressed woman raised her eyebrows, and a terrifying cold current swept out. She stared at the great elder and said, I don't want to say this a second time. But the great elder still turned a deaf ear. If they were here as guests, he would definitely welcome them warmly and act as a host. But now, these people were obviously here to cause trouble. And with the barrier around, he was very relieved. Sigh. An ignorant fool. The white-dressed woman shook her head and sighed. She slowly raised her arm, and the power of law surged out like a torrent. It was the time law. The great elder opened his eyes again and looked at the white-dressed woman in surprise. Do you think a barrier can stop me? You must be dreaming. The white-dressed woman smiled contemptuously. Accompanied by a loud clang, a translucent long sword appeared, and its sharpness surged toward the demon palace like a tide. Boom! Under the impact of the sharpness, the barrier set up by the red long sword appeared in the void. This is the aura of the time law's ultimate intent, Elder Hua and the others couldn't stay calm anymore. They all ran out and looked at the white-dressed woman in shock. Another monster who had grasped the ultimate intent of the ultimate intent of the ultimate intent of the divine kingdom had come. Why were the young people of the divine kingdom so sick? Don't beg for mercy now, because it's too late. Once an opportunity is lost, it won't come again. The white-dressed woman smiled coldly. Her long sword tore through the sky and slashed at the barrier below. Prepare for battle. The great elder suddenly stood up and roared. The entire demon palace was instantly in chaos. Battle? Haha, with your strength, you dare to fight with us? Don't say that we bullied you. You can use your sovereign divine weapon and see if you can hurt us. The two white-robed youths laughed loudly. They were extremely arrogant. Elder Hua, quickly ask the mad child to come out of seclusion. The demon palace master said in a deep voice. How can the mad child not know about such a big commotion? And now, he hasn't appeared. It's obvious that he's at the critical moment of his seclusion. Elder Hua shook his head. But now, other than the mad child, who else could stop these geniuses of the divine kingdom? If the other party didn't even care about the sovereign divine weapon, then their strength must have surpassed the sovereign divine weapon. Not to mention anything else. Their sovereign divine weapon alone couldn't turn the situation around. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the long sword formed by the ultimate intent of the time law had already arrived. Accompanied by a loud bang, the barrier immediately distorted. After all, it was a sovereign divine weapon. The ultimate intent and the sovereign divine weapon's power were about the same, so the first strike didn't directly break the barrier. But now, if they didn't think of a way soon, the barrier would break. Because there was still a second and third strike. Clang. As expected. The long sword soared into the sky and slashed at the barrier again. Cracks immediately appeared, and the terrifying sharpness penetrated the cracks and entered the barrier. The demon palace disciples were shocked and hurriedly turned around and fled. Majestic palaces and giant peaks continued to collapse. In just an instant, the outer area of the demon palace was flattened by this sharpness. This is the power of the ultimate intent. It's terrifying. Even the barrier set up by the sovereign divine weapon can't block it. All the disciples were trembling. Their gazes also looked toward a giant peak in the depths of the demon palace. At the peak of the giant peak sat a black-clothed youth. It was the mad child. But at this moment, the mad child didn't seem to notice it and didn't move at all. Clang. The third strike also fell. If no one came out to stop it, not only would the barrier collapse, but the entire demon palace would also be razed to the ground. The people inside would also be in danger. Senior brother mad child. Wake up. The demon palace disciples were roaring. Although Qin Feiyang and the mad child hadn't been to the demon palace before, they had always been disciples of the demon palace. This was something everyone knew. Moreover, Elder Hua and the others had always regarded them as disciples of the demon palace. Of course. The two of them also had another identity. They were disciples of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. In short, they had too many identities in the Sky Cloud realm. So now, these demon palace disciples all respectfully addressed the mad child as senior brother. Although there were many disciples here who had entered the demon palace earlier than Qin Feiyang and the mad child and were much older, the matter of addressing them was generally addressed by the strong. Whoever was strong would be the senior brother. Hearing everyone's cries for help, the mad child raised his brows and was about to open his eyes. But then, he seemed to have sensed something. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile and then he ignored everyone's cries for help. At the same time, in the sky above the demon palace, a space-time tunnel suddenly appeared. A man and a woman walked out hand in hand. It was the white-eyed wolf and fire dance. Sensing the terrifying sharpness emitted by the long sword, the two of them were slightly stunned. What's going on? Immediately, they raised their heads and looked at the sky above the demon palace. Damn! They actually fought their way into the demon palace? Are they courting death? The white-eyed wolf was furious on the spot. White-eyed wolf? Princess Huafeng. Elder Hua and the others finally saw the two of them and were instantly shocked. The white-eyed wolf and Fire Dance ignored them for the time being. "What are you doing?" With a furious roar, the white-eyed wolf let go of Princess Huafeng and stepped in front of the door. The Law of Time rolled out and an identical long sword appeared in an instant and faced the long sword of the woman in white. It was also the ultimate meaning of the Law of Time. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed and the void was annihilated. Terrifying destructive waves surged in all directions. The woman in white was stunned. The two white-clothed youths and the hundreds of Divine Kingdom geniuses also looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. The ultimate meaning of the Law of Time? Who was this divine being? Who is he? Why is he with Princess Huafeng? The disciples of the Demon Palace also looked at the white-eyed wolf with suspicion. Not many people knew about the white-eyed wolf's human form. Ever since he came out of the Skybell Divine Treasure, he had been in the Black Tortoise world. Therefore, when they saw his human form, they did not recognize him immediately. He is the golden-winged Wolf King. A smile finally appeared on Elder Hua's face. What? He is the golden-winged Wolf King? This is my first time seeing his human form. This guy really lives up to his reputation. He has also grasped the ultimate meaning of the Law of Time. Everyone was enlightened. The white-eyed wolf turned his head and looked at the disciples. He grinned and said, "Am I handsome?" "Handsome." The disciples of the Demon Palace were stunned and then shouted in unison. Chapter 39:13. Then who is more handsome than Little Chinzi or Little Lunatic? The white-eyed wolf asked again. "It has to be you." Everyone laughed. The heavy atmosphere instantly lightened up. "You have good taste." The white-eyed wolf was very satisfied. When Lunatic heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Was he here to compare who was prettier? Golden-winged Wolf King? At the same time, the white-dressed woman and the others looked at each other. Was this the legendary golden-winged Wolf King? He was indeed quite powerful. After all, he had mastered the ultimate meaning of the ultimate law. Even in the Divine Kingdom, he was a rare genius. However, this person seemed a little unreliable. In layman's terms, he was not serious. The white-eyed wolf grinned at Elder Hua and the others, then turned to look at the white-dressed woman and the others. Upon closer inspection, he immediately noticed the mark between their eyebrows. Fire Dance also landed beside the white-eyed wolf. Did you guys notice? When he appeared with Princess Huafeng, they seemed to be holding hands. What's going on? Are you an idiot? Why are you asking such a question? They must be in love. In love? Then this golden-winged Wolf King has profited. Look at this Princess Huafeng. She has both strength and beauty. She is simply a goddess. I'm so envious. Why don't I have such good luck? You. Hee. I'd better take a piss and look at myself in the mirror first. Hearing these discussions, Fire Dance turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and said proudly, "Did you hear that? You are lucky to have met me in your previous life. You really believe people when they compliment you. Naive." The white-eyed wolf looked at her with disdain. Compliment. Fire Dance immediately stared at the white-eyed wolf maliciously. The white-eyed wolf suddenly felt a chill down his spine. His face was full of flattery as he said telepathically, "My dear wife, there are so many people watching. Please leave me some face. Who is your wife?" Fire Dance blushed and secretly glared at the white-eyed wolf. The white-dressed woman and the others were dumbfounded. Flirting in front of everyone? Did they think they didn't exist? Can't they see the situation? The white-eyed wolf looked at the group and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean you guys. But to be honest, your presence." As soon as these words were spoken, a group of people immediately flew into a rage. How could the geniuses of Scandinavia say that they didn't have any sense of existence? The white-eyed wolf looked at the mark on the group's forehead and asked, "Excuse me, what is that mark you have on you?" This is the first time. The group of people rolled their eyes. The God race. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "What is the God race? Is it strong? How is it compared to the purple gold divine dragon race?" "The God race is not a thing." "Watch your word." One of the young men said angrily. So the god race is not a thing. The white-eyed wolf nodded and pretended to think for a while. He looked at the young man and asked, "Then what are you guys?" The young man was about to say something, but he finally realized that the white-eyed wolf was obviously teasing them. He shouted, "You are the one who is not a thing. I'm definitely not a thing because I'm your big brother wolf, and you guys." The white-eyed wolf glanced at the group and shook his head. "You guys don't look like good people. Bastard, are you looking for death?" The group was furious. Even in the divine kingdom, no one dared to humiliate the god race, let alone an ant from a low-level civilization. The white-dressed woman's gaze also darkened slightly. She reached out her hand to stop the angry clansman. She looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "The famous golden-winged wolf king, do you only know how to talk? You guys already know my name?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the white-dressed woman in surprise. He grinned and said, "Do you guys worship me? You don't need to worship me. I'm just a legend. But look at your aptitudes. You guys are not bad. You are barely qualified to be my followers." The white-dressed woman and the others clenched their fists when they heard that. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. "Little follower? Who gave you the guts to say such words to the people of the god race? Can you be more serious?" Fire Dance held back her laughter and looked at the white-eyed wolf unhappily. "Am I not serious?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He turned to look at the Demon Palace disciples and asked, "Say something fair. Am I not serious now?" Everyone in the Demon Palace, including Elder Hua and the others, could not help but roll their eyes. Could he have some self-awareness? Was there a need to ask such a question? Did he not know whether he was serious or not? Was he here to support them or to make fun of them? This was a headache. All right. The white-eyed wolf was helpless. He looked at the white-dressed woman and the others and sighed. "I'm a peace-loving person. You guys can leave. If you want to cause trouble, go and cause trouble to the Feng people, the dragons, and the Kirins. Leave." The group of people laughed out of anger. The moment he arrived, he humiliated them without saying anything. Now, he wanted to send them away by saying that he was a peace-loving person. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Moreover, is this the attitude that a peace-loving person should have? He was obviously looking down on them. He did not care about them at all. Boom. The group of people could not hold back the anger in their hearts. They could not stand the white-eyed wolf's arrogant attitude. Terrifying auras burst out. Their eyes were about to spit fire. It was obvious how angry they were. The white-eyed wolf had just turned around and was about to leave with Huawu. However, when he felt the aura and anger of these people, he immediately turned around and looked at them. "You'll pay for your arrogance." Along with a furious roar, profundities of laws appeared one after another. Almost every one of them had 6 profundities of supreme profundities. Among them, 15 of them had grasped an ordinary law's ultimate profundity. This kind of strength shocked everyone in the Demon Palace. They did not expect that apart from the white-dressed woman and the others, there were so many people who had grasped an ultimate profundity. Although it was only an ordinary law's ultimate profundity, the strength of these 15 people was enough to wipe out the entire Demon Palace. No. It was enough to wipe out the entire Eastern continent. Unless they used a sovereign divine weapon, no one could stop these people. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. How on earth did the younger generation of Scandinavia cultivate? They had such strength at such a young age. What do you mean by the younger generation? In terms of age, I'm afraid these people are about the same as the reclusive old antiques of the 3 major races. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. Haha, what a frog at the bottom of a well. The god race is born with extraordinary talent. Every one of us is a monstrous genius. In a place like the Sky Cloud Realm, even a super monstrous genius is at the bottom of the god race. The group of god race geniuses sneered. That's not right. According to what you said, each of you should have grasped an ultimate profundity of supreme profundity, because the few geniuses of the Sky Cloud Realm, such as Li Feng and Yun Xiang, have grasped ultimate profundities of supreme profundities. But now, I don't see any of you activating an ultimate profundity of supreme profundity. In fact, many of you don't even have an ordinary law's ultimate profundity. Could it be that you're still holding back your strength? Don't. Since you're all so powerful, then show it all. Just now, this brother has also broadened my horizons. I've never seen a few hundred people activating an ultimate profundity of supreme profundity at the same time. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the group of people suspiciously. When the group of God-race geniuses heard this, they immediately turned green and red. Just a moment ago, he said that the super-monstrous geniuses of the sky cloud realm could only be at the bottom of the God race. But in the next moment, the white-eyed wolf compared them to Yun Xiang and Li Feng, directly slapping them in the face. Similarly, it also made them angry out of shame. All the profundities of supreme profundities blasted toward the white-eyed wolf. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to activate the ultimate profundity of supreme profundity? The white-eyed wolf had a puzzled look. They probably prefer to keep a low profile. Fire Dance smiled slightly. When these words fell into the eyes of the group of God-race geniuses, their cheeks immediately flushed, and they were too ashamed to show their faces. To hell with it. Who wants to keep a low profile? If they all grasped the ultimate profundity of supreme profundity, would they still be allowed to be so arrogant? I see. So they all like to keep a low profile. But, the white-eyed wolf nodded in realization. But in the next moment, his tone changed, revealing a shocking sharpness as he laughed sinisterly. I'm the opposite. I'm a high-profile person. Boom. As his voice fell, the ultimate profundity of the time law was activated. The long sword shattered the void, crushing everything in its path. What supreme profundities? What ordinary ultimate profundities? They were like dead trees that couldn't withstand a single blow. With their profundities crushed, the group of God-race geniuses suffered a backlash. Blood gushed out, and their faces turned pale. You like to keep a high profile? Then we'll follow your high profile and go to hell together. The woman in the white dress made her move. Accompanied by a loud clang, she also immediately activated the ultimate profundity of the time law and slashed at the white-eyed wolf. White-eyed wolf, go to the galaxy. Elder were reminded. Okay. The white-eyed wolf grabbed the long sword and rushed toward the galaxy. Once a battle of this level completely erupted, the demonic palace would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Even the living beings in the vicinity would be annihilated. This was because there were already many people and beasts watching the battle from afar. Since you're so arrogant, you must have a way to protect them. Let's fight here. However, the woman in the white dress wasn't willing to go to the galaxy, nor did she chase after the white-eyed wolf. She slashed her sword at Princess Huafeng. This was because as long as she attacked Princess Huafeng, the white-eyed wolf would come down himself. The white-eyed wolf stopped and lowered his head to look at the woman in the white dress. His eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare she attack his woman? She was courting death. This is a contest between us. Why do you have to involve those innocent living beings? Are human lives so cheap in your eyes? Chapter 39:14. When the white-dressed woman heard this, her eyes were filled with disdain. She said indifferently, just a bunch of ants, worthless. What about you? Are your lives worth anything? A cold light flashed in Princess Huafeng's eyes. How can you lowly creatures compare to the God clan? Instead of worrying about them, you should think about your own situation first. The white-dressed woman's eyes flashed with killing intent. Her long sword had already reached Princess Huafeng. You're really infuriating. Princess Huafeng enunciated each word. Her tone was extremely cold. The next moment. Boom. A dazzling golden light appeared. A golden divine lotus as huge as a mountain appeared. It carried the power to destroy the world and suppressed the white-dressed woman. Karma divine lotus, the white-dressed woman exclaimed. She quickly waved her long sword and slashed at the Karma divine lotus. The two white-dressed youths and the hundreds of God clan geniuses also looked at Princess Huafeng in shock. Before, Huowu had been standing behind the white-eyed wolf, so they thought that this woman's strength was not that great. But they never expected that she had grasped the ultimate profundity of the ultimate law. Wasn't it agreed that the only young geniuses in the Sky Cloud realm were Yun Xiang, Li Feng, Long Chen, and Long Qin? But now, not only was there Madman Mo and the golden-winged Wolf King, but there was also an unknown woman. Boom! In an instant, the long sword and the Karma Divine Lotus collided. A destructive power erupted. Go to the galaxy. Elder Hue was extremely anxious. Although the red long sword had repaired the broken barrier, it would shatter sooner or later if this continued. Elder Hue, don't worry. Hue Wu smiled. With a wave of her hand, the Phoenix Bell and the other 11 sovereign divine weapons appeared. What? The God Clan geniuses were shocked again. Many of them turned around and ran. Even the woman in white was forced back by the Karma Divine Lotus with a single strike of her sword. She instinctively retreated. Who could remain calm in the face of 11 sovereign divine weapons? Don't worry. I won't break the promise. Fire Dance pursed her lips into a sneer. Wasn't he arrogant? Why are you running when you see a sovereign weapon? Boom. As soon as Fire Dance finished speaking, the 11 ruler weapons soared into the sky. Divine might enveloped the entire area. However, in the blink of an eye, a gigantic barrier appeared, isolating the battlefield. It's all right. Elder Hue heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. As long as it doesn't affect the Demon Hall and those innocent living beings, you can do whatever you want. Haha, it's just an isolated battlefield, and you so-called geniuses of the god race are scared to this extent. What an eye-opener. Inside the barrier, the white-eyed wolf stood in the air, laughing non-stop. Clang. The woman in the white dress immediately soared into the sky and slashed out with her sword. You're still angry from embarrassment. I'm the one who should be angry. You actually dared to touch my woman. You really haven't fucking died yet. The white-eyed wolf laughed angrily. With a monstrous aura, he charged toward the woman in the white dress. The two young men in white looked at each other, then at Fire Dance at the same time. This woman was the most threatening person. A total of 11 ruler weapons. Even prodigies of the god race like them could only dream of obtaining them. One of the young men immediately took a step forward. With a terrifying aura, he charged toward Fire Dance and said, I'm Jiang Chen. Please advise me. Fire Dance glanced at him and directly stepped out of the barrier. The young man froze. A person who grasped the ultimate profundity of the strongest law, a person who held 11 ruler weapons, actually chose to avoid a battle? Why didn't the people of the Sky Cloud realm play their cards according to common sense? This feeling was like a punch that had been charged for a long time had landed on soft cotton. He was extremely annoyed. With my man here, do you still need me to make a move? Fire Dance smiled confidently. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked up at the white-eyed wolf. She actually has so much confidence in this person. Good. Then let's see what kind of means she has. High up in the sky, the white-eyed wolf and the woman in white were locked in battle. The power of the law of time was surging like a tide. The surrounding void was collapsing crazily. If this continues, you have no chance of winning. Hurry up and show me your other means. The white-eyed wolf was fighting with ease. In terms of combat experience and awareness, who was he afraid of? As you wish. Boom. Accompanied by the appearance of a lightning pool, streaks of 7-colored divine lightning roared in the sky. The ultimate profundity of the law of thunder. Is she in existence on the same level as the original 10 prodigies? Elder Hue and the others were surprised and couldn't help but worry. This was because they knew that the white-eyed wolf had only grasped the ultimate profundity of the law of time. The other 5 profundities were only at the level of supreme profundities. Boom. The law of thunder and the law of time, 2 ultimate profundities, attacked the white-eyed wolf one after another. It's true that I have only grasped one ultimate profundity. However, if you think that you can defeat me with an ordinary ultimate profundity of the law of time, then you must be dreaming. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and attacked with his long sword. Immediately after, a flame mark appeared in between his eyebrows. It exuded a terrifying aura. Roar. In the next instant, a giant blood-colored wolf rushed out from the mark. It was 10,000 feet long and had 10 pairs of blood-red wings on its back. Its aura was monstrous. What the hell is that? The group of God race members were bewildered. This was because they felt a very dangerous aura from the giant blood-colored wolf. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two ultimate profundities of the law of time collided first. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the two ultimate profundities shattered at the same time. Immediately after, the giant blood-colored wolf rushed toward the woman in white's ultimate profundity of the law of thunder. What? He wants to use this to go against the ultimate profundity of the law of thunder. What kind of joke is this? No matter how heaven-defying a technique is, it's impossible to compete with an ultimate profundity. The group of God race members had mocking looks on their faces. This was simply asking for humiliation. However, in the next moment, a scene that left them dumbfounded appeared. The giant blood-colored wolf roared and charged forward. It actually dissipated in the void at the same time as the ultimate profundity of the law of thunder. They were evenly matched. Not to mention the group of God race members, even Elder Hua and the others had a look of disbelief on their faces. It seems to have become stronger again, Hua Wu muttered. Of course, she knew the white-eyed wolf situation like the back of her hand. The white-eyed wolf had activated this giant blood-colored wolf in the past. It was even more terrifying than a super forbidden technique. Although that was the case, it had not reached the point where it could compete with an ultimate profundity before. Even if it was just an ordinary ultimate profundity of the law of thunder, it would not be enough. However, now, it could actually compete with an ordinary ultimate profundity of the law of thunder. It was obviously much stronger than before. Could it be that as the white-eyed wolf's strength increased, the giant blood-colored wolf's strength would also increase as well? This is really surprising. This technique has already surpassed the category of a forbidden technique. The woman in the white dress was also stunned for a moment. When she regained her senses, she looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Thank you for the compliment." The white-eyed wolf laughed out loud. His face was full of pride. However, that's all. The woman in the white dress gaze trembled. The ultimate profundity of the law of time and the law of thunder appeared again. However, it was not over yet. Another law of thunder emerged. Moreover, it was not an ordinary law of thunder. It was an ultimate law, the law of destruction, accompanied by a terrifying aura. The ultimate profundity, the heavenly eye of destruction, appeared. What? Looking at this scene, even Princess Huafeng's expression changed. She had actually mastered 3 ultimate profundities, and 2 ultimate profundities of the law of thunder. Her strength has indeed surpassed the previous 10 sky prides. The white-eyed wolf might be in danger. Elder Hua was even more worried. The white-eyed wolf's strength was undeniable. He had mastered 6 ultimate laws. If he could comprehend an ultimate profundity, he would definitely be an invincible existence. However, the key point was, right now, the white-eyed wolf had only mastered 1 ultimate profundity. Although the blood-red wolf was heaven-defying, it could only compete with the ultimate profundity of an ordinary law. How could he possibly defeat the opponent? So this is her strength. No wonder she dared to come to the dragon nest alone to challenge me. In the distance, on a mountain peak, a woman stood facing the wind. It was Long Qin. Although the battle had not been going on for long, it had already spread throughout the sky cloud realm. Therefore, not only Long Qin, but also people from the Foam people and the Kirin clan had come to watch the battle. Because this was the white-eyed wolf's first battle after coming out of the Skybell divine treasure, regardless of friend or foe, they were all very concerned. Prepare to die. The woman in the white dress waved her hand. The 3 ultimate profundities carried an aura of destruction that shook heaven and earth as they crazily attacked the white-eyed wolf. I really regret it. The white-eyed wolf's expression was extremely angry. What do you mean? Everyone was a little confused. I shouldn't have fused those laws in the past. If I had stayed until now, I wouldn't have needed to comprehend the ultimate profundities by myself. The white-eyed wolf sighed. These words almost made Elder Hua and the others vomit blood. This was a classic example of taking advantage of others and pretending to be innocent. Why don't you think about it? If you hadn't fused the 6 ultimate laws in the past, would you have been able to reach this step so smoothly? If you didn't have these laws, would you have made such a name for yourself? The most important thing was, if you hadn't fused them back then, with your lazy personality, I'm afraid your cultivation would still be at the peak imperishable realm. What can a peak imperishable realm cultivation do? Not to mention the people of the divine kingdom, even the creatures of the sky cloud realm could casually pick one out and kill you. Don't be so greedy, okay? Go and ask around. Who in the sky cloud realm doesn't envy you for mastering the 6 ultimate laws? In short, this guy was so lazy that others could only look up to him. Because the white-eyed wolf wasn't untalented. On the contrary, he was very talented. If he was willing to work hard, even if he didn't fuse the laws, his achievements wouldn't be lower than Qin Fei Yang's. But he was just lazy and didn't want to comprehend the laws. In any case, his life motto was, if you can pick up ready-made things, don't work hard. Can you be a little more serious? This is a battle of life and death. Do you think it's a game? Looking at the white-eyed wolf's sloppy attitude, the woman in the white dress was about to go crazy. How much did he look down on her? Facing her 3 ultimate profundities, he still had the mood to think about other things. Chapter 39:15. Calm down, calm down. 3 ultimate profound meanings. I'm definitely no match for you. After saying that, the white-eyed wolf activated the moment of time and ran away. That was true. How could he fight against 3 ultimate profound meanings? He could only run. That's it. The group of deities below looked at each other in dismay. They thought that since this person was so arrogant, he must have means that were not inferior to Long Chen and Li Feng. But in the end, he only mastered 1 ultimate profound of the law of time. How dare he be arrogant in front of them with such little strength? The woman in white did not expect the white-eyed wolf to run away. The 3 ultimate profound meanings missed their target and bombarded the barrier. A world-destroying aura immediately erupted. But the barrier was not damaged. After all, it was a barrier set up by 11 sovereign divine weapons. That was close. The white-eyed wolf appeared on the other side. Looking at the barrier that was shaking violently, his face was full of fear. If he was hit by the 3 ultimate profound meanings, would he die in one piece? The woman in white came back to her senses and suddenly turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. Don't look at me like that. Your big brother dodged your 3 ultimate profundities with his own strength. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. You're still smiling? The woman in white's eyes flashed coldly. She activated the moment of time and charged toward the white-eyed wolf. Damn it. You want to kill me so much? The white-eyed wolf's face changed. He activated the moment of time and played a game of cat and mouse in the barrier. The white-eyed wolf desperately ran in front, while the woman in white chased crazily from behind. Can you stop chasing me? I'm already taken. Although you look okay, I don't like you. As a woman, can't you be more reserved? The white-eyed wolf kept howling, full of provocation. Bastard. The woman in white trembled with anger. How could there be such a despicable person? Deep hatred, deep love. It's not good for you to be like this. The white-eyed wolf turned to the woman in white and grinned. Bastard. You actually dared to tease Sister Shuang again and again. Let's attack together and kill him. The 2 white-clothed youths' faces also darkened as their auras surged out. I don't need your help. The woman in the white dress yelled coldly as beams of divine light shot out from the crescent mark on her forehead. Be careful. When Elder Hu saw this, he quickly reminded him. Whoosh. Once the imprint was restored, the woman in white activated the flash of light and shadow, and her speed increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the white-eyed wolf and slapped the white-eyed wolf's back. What? The white-eyed wolf turned pale with fright. There was actually such a thing. Caught off guard. After receiving a solid palm strike, he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His entire body was like a meteor. It smashed into the ground below. Golden blood. The group from the god race was shocked. Boom. With a loud bang, the white-eyed wolf smashed deep into the ground, creating a huge crater. Drenched in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. How could this be? Fire Dance looked at the imprint on the woman in white's forehead. There was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. This seems to be called the God Race imprint. It can increase their strength. When little lunatic fought with the God Race, he almost suffered a great loss. Elder Hua walked to Fire Dance's side. He said in a deep voice, "God Race imprint." Fire Dance murmured as she lowered her head to look at the white-eyed wolf lying in the crater. He looked extremely dissatisfied. He actually dared to tease another woman in front of her. It seemed that he was itching for a beating. The crater was extremely damaged. Dust billowed in the air. The woman in white stood in the air, looking at the golden blood floating in the air. There was also a trace of surprise in her eyes. However, she quickly threw it to the back of her mind. Who cares what bloodline you have? You'll become a corpse soon anyway. While you're sick, I'll take your life. The three ultimate mysteries appeared again, carrying a destructive aura as they charged toward the white-eyed wolf in the crater. Girl, quickly go and help him. Elder Hua hurriedly looked at Fire Dance. He deserves to die. Fire Dance snorted coldly. Who asked you to tease him? Continue. Elder Hua was speechless. Why are you still angry? Damn it. Do you really think I'm a kitten? The white-eyed wolf's angry roar resounded. Then, a terrifying aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light roared out from the crater. It shot straight into the sky. The area within the barrier instantly turned into a golden ocean. Along with the appearance of the golden light, a golden beast shadow appeared in the sky. It was the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul. As soon as the fighting soul appeared, the entire area shook. Everyone present felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. What's that? The group of God Race people looked at the golden beast shadow in shock. Deprive. A loud voice resounded. It was like the sound of heaven, resounding in everyone's mind. Then, a scene that made the woman in white panic appeared. The golden beast shadow opened its mouth, and a terrifying force drowned her like a tide. She immediately felt that the force was depriving her of her cultivation. What was going on? In a moment of desperation, she hurriedly used the power of law to suppress this force, but she realized that she could not suppress it. Her cultivation was being rapidly deprived. Oh right. How could I forget about his fighting soul? Elder Hua looked at this scene and slapped his head hard. One had to know. The white-eyed wolf's special ability could not only deprive others of their fighting souls, but also their cultivation and laws. But in comparison, it was faster and more difficult to deprive one of their laws. Because it required a certain amount of time. Right now, the white-eyed wolf obviously did not have the time to deprive the other party of her laws. This was because the three ultimate profound meanings of the woman in white were charging toward him aggressively. In addition, the woman in white was very powerful and had a group of companions. She would definitely not give him the time to deprive her of her laws. Therefore, the white-eyed wolf chose to deprive her of her cultivation. Depriving her of her cultivation was faster and easier than depriving her of her laws. As long as he could deprive the woman in white of her cultivation by a small level, the power of her ultimate profound meaning would naturally plummet. That was right. This was the white-eyed wolf's trump card. It was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Previously, the white-eyed wolf's cheeky smile was actually not to tease the woman in white, but to numb her and make her careless. Once the woman in white became careless, his plan to deprive her of her cultivation would naturally be easier to accomplish. In the blink of an eye, just as the three ultimate profound meanings were about to reach the white-eyed wolf, the woman in white's cultivation suddenly dropped to the perfected dominator realm. How is this possible? Not only the woman in white, but the group of God clan below also had a look of disbelief on their faces. It could actually suppress one's cultivation? They had not realized the seriousness of the problem. This was not suppression at all, but deprivation. Suppression was only temporary. Deprivation, on the other hand, was permanent. As the woman in white's cultivation dropped, the power of the three ultimate profound meanings suddenly dropped by a level. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and activated the space-time law ultimate profound meaning. He grabbed the long sword and slashed it in the air. With a loud bang, The 3 ultimate profound meanings were annihilated on the spot. It was completely destroyed. This must be a dream. The shock in the hearts of the God Race group could not be any greater. What kind of technique was this? Whoosh! The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and instantly soared into the sky. He stood in front of the golden beast and looked at the woman in white with a mocking smile. What did you do to me? The woman in white had a gloomy expression. Isn't this right in front of you? Now, you are a perfected dominator. And I, your brother, am a perfected dominator. Even if you have mastered the 3 ultimate profound meanings, even if that mark can increase your strength, it cannot make up for the difference in our cultivation levels. The white-eyed wolf had a smug expression. They had the same ultimate profound meaning but different cultivation levels. It was a completely one-sided situation. The woman in white's heart sank. She looked up at the golden beast. Boom! Suddenly, 2 white-robed youths attacked and shattered the golden beast. They thought that as long as the golden beast disappeared, the woman in white's cultivation level would recover. However, the result left them dumbfounded. Although the golden beast had disappeared, the woman in white's cultivation level had not recovered. She was still a perfected dominator. What was going on? This time, the group of God Clan was completely dumbfounded. It seems that you haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. The corners of the white-eyed wolf's mouth lifted. He did not conceal his mocking expression. Hearing this, the group of people suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be, if you encountered Long Chen and the others, even if you died in the Sky Cloud realm, you would not be affected? Because as long as you leave behind your divine soul in the divine kingdom in advance, you can be reborn. Your strength will not change at all. However, you are unfortunate to encounter me now. Even if you leave behind your divine soul in the divine kingdom, you will not be able to recover the cultivation that was taken away. The white-eyed wolf looked at the woman in white and grinned. Taken away. The woman in white trembled. Could it be that it was really as she thought? This was not a temporary loss of cultivation, but a permanent loss. Do not doubt your guess. This is a permanent loss. However, you do not need to be anxious. When you return to the divine kingdom, work hard and comprehend a new ultimate profound meaning. Your cultivation level will naturally recover to the perfected dominator realm. But now, I will send you back to the divine kingdom. Killing intent flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. He activated Moment of Time and instantly landed in front of the woman in white. The long sword in his hand tore through the sky. The woman in white screamed and was killed on the spot. Sister Shuang, Jiang Chen and the other man were furious when they saw this scene. However, the other people of the God Clan were terrified. Permanent loss of cultivation? What kind of joke was this? How could there be such a ridiculous method? Who in the world did not understand the impact of the difference in cultivation level? Even if you mastered the ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest ultimate laws, if your cultivation level was lower than the other party could still crush you. It was not until this moment that they realized how terrifying the legendary golden-winged Wolf King was. Taking away cultivation, this was simply a nightmare for all living things in the world. Not convinced. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and looked at Jiang Chen and the other man. His eyes were full of ridicule. Looking at the white-eyed wolf, the two of them could not help but narrow their eyes. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Chapter 39:16. Jiangxing, don't panic. As long as we don't give him time to deprive us of our cultivation. Jiang Chen suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at the white-clothed youth beside him. That's right. Jiangxing nodded. The white-clothed woman was schemed against because she was careless. But now that they knew about this method, they just needed to be on guard in advance. Kill. The two took a step forward, and the power of law roared in all directions. Boom. However, at the same time, a terrifying evil aura erupted from the mountain peak in the depths of the Devil Palace. Madman, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, finally opened his eyes. 2 rays of bloody light burst out from his eyes. At this moment, he was like a god that controlled all evil. Haha, in my previous life, I tried every method but was unable to successfully fuse with the source of all evil. But in this life, I actually succeeded so smoothly. It seems that I am more outstanding in this life. Divine kingdom, despair. Madman raised his head and laughed. His expression was filled with excitement, as if he had obtained a great fortune. Are you crazy? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. He didn't know until he looked, but he was shocked. The current madman gave him an extremely strange feeling. Sure. At this moment, Madman also looked at the battlefield. He stood up and took a step forward. The next moment, he appeared inside the barrier. Little Madman, why are you joining in the fun? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Madman raised his head and looked at the white-eyed wolf. His eyes were incomparably cold, which made the white-eyed wolf frown. But at the same time, there seemed to be a trace of struggle in Madman's expression. His cold eyes gradually returned to normal as he laughed. I should be the one asking you this question. Why are you joining in the fun? The white-eyed wolf smiled. This was the little madman he was familiar with. Don't meddle in other people's business. They are my prey. Madman took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Each one is more arrogant than the other. Jiang Chen was furious. Boom. The power of law roared out. It was the law of space and time. With the activation of the space-time laws, a river of stars descended, its vast chi shaking the heavens and earth. Don't be shy. Both of you, come at me together. Madman chuckled. A terrifying space-time energy surged out of his body. A river of stars appeared. What? He actually also grasped the ultimate profundity of an ultimate law. Jiang Xing was stunned. Didn't they say that this person had grasped the ultimate profundities of the laws of thunder and the laws of slaughter? Boom. The two star rivers instantly collided. A destructive aura instantly enveloped the entire area. Jiang Chen was also very surprised. However, the cold light in his eyes became even more intense. The crescent moon mark on his forehead gave off a dazzling divine light. The next moment, three ultimate profound meanings appeared. They were the space-time laws of nature, the darkness laws of nature, and the light laws of nature. It seems that your strength is not as good as that woman from before. The madman's lips curled up in disdain as he looked at the three ultimate profundities. The laws of thunder, the laws of slaughter, and the laws of space and time manifested in the sky. Although the woman in white also had three ultimate profundities, two of them were ultimate profundities of supreme laws. As for this person, he only had one ultimate profundity of supreme laws. Even if I'm not as good as Sister Shuang, I can still trample you under my feet. Jiang Chen's gaze was bone-chillingly cold. The three ultimate profundities carried a monstrous might as they attacked the madman. Because of the amplification of the God race mark, these three ultimate profundities had already surpassed their original power. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the madman's three ultimate profundities were directly destroyed. This God race mark is indeed extraordinary. The madman muttered. Half a year ago, the strongest God race genius he killed only grasped the ultimate profundities of ordinary laws. But now, this Jiang Chen had grasped the ultimate profundities of supreme laws. This was the difference between heaven and earth. If it was half a year ago, he definitely wouldn't be able to compete with the ultimate profundities of supreme laws enhanced by the God race mark. But now, thinking of this, the madman's lips curled up as his body instantly turned into a sea of blood. Roar. The next moment, accompanied by a beast-like roar, the madman revealed his enormous body. An evil aura surged within the barrier like an angry wave. And this time, the mark of a blood moon appeared between his eyebrows, as if it was cast from blood. Evil moon? The white-eyed wolf was bewildered. No. This is the source of all evil. The madman spoke. Even his voice was like a devil, making one's hair stand on end. Boom. The next moment, he raised his mountain-like arm and threw a punch at the three ultimate profundities. Accompanied by a loud explosion, Jiang Chen's ultimate profundities of darkness and light shattered on the spot. What? Jiang Chen's expression changed. The ultimate profundities enhanced by the God race mark were actually so weak in front of this person? No. I don't believe it. The next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. The madman's fist exuded a shocking evil power as he threw another punch at the galaxy formed by the ultimate profundities of space and time. The world buzzed. Blood dyed the earth red. Under everyone's gaze, the power of the madman's punch was actually able to shake the galaxy. This, not only the people from the god race, but even the white-eyed wolf and the others were filled with disbelief when they saw this scene. What kind of power was this? One must know. After being enhanced by the god race mark, Jiang Chen's ultimate profundities of time was enough to suppress the strongest ultimate profundities of the same realm. But now, the power of the madman's punch was actually on par with it. What's going on? I remember half a year ago, after his transformation, he could barely shake an ordinary ultimate profundities enhanced by the god race mark. Everyone in the demon palace, including Elder Hua and the others, had a puzzled expression. Half a year ago, they had all witnessed the strength that the madman displayed with their own eyes. But today, half a year later, his strength had doubled again. How did he cultivate in seclusion for half a year? If he could even compete with the strongest ultimate profundities enhanced by the god race mark, then wouldn't he be able to crush the ultimate profundities that weren't enhanced by the god race mark? Shatter for me. The madman roared as he raised his other fist. It carried with it the power to destroy heaven and earth as it smashed towards the galaxy. The Xing River was vast. But the madman's current body was like an ancient giant and was even more shocking. Boom. As the fist landed, the Xing River collapsed on the spot with a loud bang. The madman's fist was also split open as his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His bones were clearly visible. No matter what, this godly power made everyone's scalp go numb. This was too heaven-defying, using his own strength to shatter an ultimate profundities of time, and it was an ultimate profundities enhanced by the god race mark. Indeed, if it wasn't for the enhancement of the god race mark, the madman would have been able to crush it easily. This isn't the power of his physical body. Suddenly, a voice sounded. 3 figures had appeared in the sky above the demon palace at some point in time. They were the Feather Emperor, the Little Rabbit, and the Blood Ancestor. Greetings, lords. Elder Hua and the others hurriedly bowed. The Feather Emperor waved his hand and looked up at the madman with a trace of shock in his eyes. Was this the power of the source of all evil? How terrifying. Fire Dance landed beside the 3 and looked at the Feather Emperor suspiciously. You just said that this isn't the power of the madman's physical body? Yes. No matter what kind of living being he is, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. The Feather Emperor nodded. Then what kind of power is this? The white-eyed wolf also stepped out of the barrier and landed beside Fire Dance with a frown. The source of all evil. The Feather Emperor enunciated each word clearly. The source of all evil. The white-eyed wolf and Fire Dance looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Elder Hua and the others were also puzzled. Inside the barrier, the God Race group looked at the madman with their mouths agape. The power that the madman displayed had far exceeded their understanding. Jiang Chen came back to his senses and immediately roared. Boom. Jiang Xing, who was in a daze below, immediately quivered. The power of 3 laws surged out as he landed beside Jiang Chen. Obviously, the 2 were ready to join forces. They had no choice but to join forces because the madman's strength was too strong. We should have attacked together a long time ago. The madman smiled sinisterly as his eyes emitted a ruthless light. Boom. A destructive force emerged. In the sky, a huge eye appeared. It was the ultimate meaning of the law of destruction, destruction heavenly eye. What? How did this little madman master the ultimate meaning of the law of destruction? The white-eyed wolf and Fire Dance were stunned. Of course, they knew the madman's strength. Apart from the law of thunder and the law of slaughter, there was also the law of spacetime inheritance that the divine king of primal chaos gave him. Moreover, they didn't remember receiving the law of destruction inheritance in the Skybell divine treasure. Could it be that this guy comprehended it himself? But that was impossible. How long had it been since he returned to the Sky Cloud realm? The Feather Emperor and the others looked at each other and murmured, "It seems that he has integrated the inheritance of his previous life." Previous life. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Suddenly, he remembered that when the madman was laughing on the mountain peak, he seemed to have mentioned his previous life. Wait. Don't tell me that he is really the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King? The white-eyed wolf looked at the Feather Emperor and the others in surprise. He is. The Blood Ancestor nodded. Damn. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and looked up at the madman. Fire Dance asked, so, this law of destruction is the inheritance of his previous life? Yes. And now, he should have recovered the memories of his previous life. The Feather Emperor sighed. Inside the enchantment, the aura of the law of destruction surged like angry waves. The madman directly activated the 4 ultimate meanings. But Jiangxing's strength wasn't weak either. The law of devour, the law of sword, and the law of metal were 3 ultimate meanings. Together with Jiang Chen's 3 ultimate meanings, there were a total of 2 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws and 4 ultimate meanings of the ordinary laws. It could be said that, even if the madman had mastered the 4 ultimate meanings, he couldn't be compared to the 2. Moreover, at this moment, the 2 had already activated the power of the God Race mark. No. Brother, go help him, the white-eyed wolf said in a deep voice. No need. The power of the source of all evil is not just that. It can also increase the power of the law of destruction. Chapter 39:17. It can't be. The white-eyed wolf looked at the madman in disbelief. As expected. The mark on the madman's forehead emitted rays of divine light that merged with the 4 ultimate intents. The aura of the 4 ultimate intents immediately soared. Fuck, how can there be such a freak? The white-eyed wolf cursed. Don't just talk about others. Aren't you a freak too? When the Demon Palace disciples heard the white-eyed wolf's cursing, they couldn't help but grumble inwardly. The madman is indeed powerful, but you aren't bad either. From a certain perspective, the ability to strip cultivation was even more freakish than the madman. Take the madman and the white-eyed wolf as a comparison. If the madman was facing the white-eyed wolf, and the white-eyed wolf used its innate ability to strip the madman of his cultivation, then no matter how strong the source of all evil was, the madman wouldn't be a match for the white-eyed wolf. Just as the God Race genius said, the white-eyed wolf was the nemesis of all living beings in the world. Boom. Inside the barrier, the 10 ultimate intents clashed. Both ultimate intents were supported by a special power. That was simply a scene of apocalypse. Even the barrier set up by the 11 sovereign weapons of the Fire Phoenix sword was distorting at this moment. However, after all, Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing were working together. As the saying goes, one fist can't beat 4 hands. The madman's 4 ultimate intents were shattered one after another. Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing's 6 ultimate intents, and 2 ordinary ultimate intents of laws still remained. They charged at the madman with murderous intent. However, was the madman afraid? Of course not. Right now, his physical body was his strongest weapon. Boom. His flesh-lacerated fist punched out, and the 2 ultimate profundities of the ordinary laws were immediately dispersed. It could be said that, at this moment, any punch he threw out contained lethality that surpassed the strongest ultimate intents of laws. After shattering the 2 ordinary ultimate intents of laws, the madman raised his giant foot and stomped toward Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing. The source of all evil's power surged out. The two's expression changed. In a moment of desperation, he hurriedly threw out a punch. As geniuses of the God Race, their physical bodies weren't weak either. They had already reached the heaven-defying supreme level. But compared to a madman, there was a huge difference. Even a dominator weapon wouldn't dare to clash with the madman. When the madman's foot landed, the 2 of them let out miserable screams as their bodies shattered. The 2 of them were terrified and quickly escaped with their shattered bodies. Rumble. When his foot landed on the ground, a 10,000 feet deep footprint was left behind. Looking at this scene, everyone could not help but feel their scalps go numb. If he was stepped on, wouldn't he be turned into a meat patty on the spot? Go. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at madman in horror. Then, he shouted at the God Race. It was too terrifying. The power of each punch and kick was stronger than an ultimate profound. He was simply an invincible existence. Actually, the rest of the deity race had wanted to leave long ago. It was just that Jiang Chen and the other deity race cultivator did not say anything. Therefore, when they heard Jiang Chen's words, one of the young men immediately activated the momentary time and led a group of people to escape. However, the barrier set up by the Dominator weapons such as the Fire Phoenix sword was still there. Remove the barrier immediately. Jiang Xing turned around and shouted at Hua Wu. Princess Huafeng frowned. Remove the barrier, Feather Emperor said. If it was just isolating a battlefield, the Dominator weapons would not be considered interfering. But if they stopped these people from escaping, it would be interfering with the battle. Interfering with the battle was breaking the agreement. This agreement was something that Qin Feiyang had fought for with great difficulty. It was not going to be broken just like that. Okay. Hua Wu nodded and looked at the Dominator weapons such as the Fire Phoenix sword. Immediately, the barrier dissipated. The group of people escaped without looking back. Madman's murderous aura surged. Without any hesitation, he activated the momentary time and chased after them. Don't chase, Feather Emperor hurriedly shouted. Without the help of the Dominator weapons such as the Fire Phoenix sword, once the battle broke out again, innocent lives would be hurt. Madman raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Feather Emperor. He said coldly, "Are you ordering me?" At this moment, Madman was unprecedentedly unfamiliar. Even when he looked at the white-eyed wolf and Hua Wu, there was no emotion in his eyes. How would I dare to order you? Feather Emperor smiled bitterly. This was the Blood Demon King. Even when facing people like him and the Blood Ancestor, he would not show mercy. However, Madman did not buy it. His eyes flashed with killing intent. What's going on? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Even if Madman had recovered the memories of his previous life, he should not be so cold. After all, in order to protect the Sky Cloud realm, he was considered a partner with Feather Emperor and others. You don't understand the Blood Demon King. Although we fought together in the past, our relationship is not as good as you think. Feather Emperor sighed. Could it be that you were opponents in the past? The white-eyed wolf was bewildered. That's not the case. When the Blood Demon clan was in the Sky Cloud realm, they were very low-key. Whether it was the human clan, the dragons, the Feng people, or the Kirin clan, he did not pay much attention to them. So to speak, we did not have much interaction. Feather Emperor shook his head. That's good. The white-eyed wolf breathed a sigh of relief. If Blood Demon King and Feather Emperor were opponents in the past, now that Madman had recovered the memories of his previous life, he might be affected by them and become their opponents. Don't relax. Back then, the purple-gold divine dragon of the Divine Kingdom led people to the Underworld King's Hell, causing the Underworld King's Hell to be plunged into misery and suffering. At that time, Blood Demon King witnessed this scene with his own eyes. So he hates the purple-gold divine dragon very much. And now, he has merged with the memories of his previous life. He might have resentment toward those who have the purple-gold dragon blood. Feather Emperor looked at Madman worriedly. Those who have the purple-gold divine dragon, doesn't that include little Qin Zi? The white-eyed wolf was bewildered. Yes. Feather Emperor nodded and sighed. In short, after recovering the memories of his previous life, Madman will definitely be affected. It depends on his perseverance and whether he can overcome the negative emotions left behind by his previous life. The problem is so serious. The white-eyed wolf frowned. At this moment, a struggling look appeared in Madman's eyes again, as if he was in great pain. A moment later, it seemed to be getting better. His 10,000 feet tall body kept shrinking, returning to the appearance of an ordinary person. The mark between his eyebrows also disappeared. After the mark disappeared, his eyes gradually became clear. When he looked at the white-eyed wolf and Feather Emperor again, he no longer had the feeling of unfamiliarity like before. It seems that he can overcome it. Little Rabbit muttered. It's hard to say. After all, we don't have the purple-gold dragon blood. Blood Ancestor shook his head. That's right. Only when facing Fei Yang can it be considered a true test for Madman. Feather Emperor nodded in agreement. Of course. They really hoped that even if Madman recovered the memories of his previous life, It wouldn't affect their previous relationship. Otherwise, everyone would feel very uncomfortable in the future. Little madman, you're not good enough. You have such benefits, but you didn't share them with us. The white-eyed wolf walked to Madman's side and said angrily, "This is the inheritance of my previous life. Why should I share it with you?" Madman smiled proudly. At this moment, he was indeed not affected by the memories of his previous life. The inheritance of your previous life is so great. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. It's good that you know it's great. You don't have to say it out loud. Madman bared his teeth. Shameless. The white-eyed wolf raised his middle finger in disdain. However, this familiar feeling was really good. It was the original taste. Suddenly, Madman and the white-eyed wolf turned their heads at the same time and looked at the crowd in the distance. Long Chin was standing in front of the crowd. Of course, they all recognized Long Chin. After all, they were already quite familiar with this woman in the ancient world. At the same time, seeing the two of them looking at her, Long Chin couldn't help but frown. At this moment, she was also a little unhappy in her heart. Because like Qin Feiyang, Madman and the white-eyed wolf were also people she hated. She thought that with her current strength, she had already surpassed these bastards. But she didn't expect that the methods displayed by Madman and the white-eyed wolf were stronger than the other. They were really enemies. No matter where she went, they were her biggest enemies. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chin mockingly and said, "I heard that you performed well in the battle with the top 10 prodigies of the divine kingdom in the land of buried gods." "It's okay." Long Chin responded faintly and turned to leave. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? We are old friends for many years. Don't you want to sit down and catch up?" The white-eyed wolf hurriedly said. "Not interested." Long Chin snorted coldly without looking back. "Don't be afraid. We won't bully you." The white-eyed wolf smiled evilly. Long Chin suddenly turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. A terrifying dominator's aura erupted from her body and rushed toward the white-eyed wolf and Madman. "What?" The two suddenly changed their expressions. This dominator's aura, it seemed to be an intermediate dominator's divine weapon, and it wasn't the aura of the sky god sword. They really couldn't afford to offend the son and daughter of the ice dragon. Long Chin looked at the two with a smile and said, "Although we have an agreement with the divine kingdom that we can't use dominators' divine weapons, I don't think there is such an agreement between us." "Ha!" The white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. What was going on? Did intermediate dominators' divine weapons not cost money? The siblings actually had one each. Madman frowned and looked at Long Chin with uncertain eyes. "No matter how strong you siblings are, I want to see you leave the Yin Demon Land in 3 days. "Leave the Yin Demon Land?" Long Chin was taken aback. The white-eyed wolf also looked at Madman suspiciously. Why did he suddenly make such a request? The Yin Demon Land was originally the territory of the Blood Demon tribe. You dragons have occupied it for so long. It's time to give it up, Madman said. "Okay. 3 days later, I will wait for you at the dragon's nest." Long Chin smiled coldly and turned to leave without looking back. He didn't take Madman's words to heart at all. "Little Madman, are you serious? The siblings have intermediate dominators' divine weapons in their hands. No matter how strong your origin of all evil is, I'm afraid you won't be their opponent." The white-eyed wolf frowned. "Then are we going to let them occupy the Yin Demon Land like this?" Madman stared at him angrily. Before he recovered his memories of his previous life, he didn't feel anything. But now, seeing the dragons occupying the Yin Demon Land, he couldn't help but go crazy. This was the territory of his blood demon tribe. Why should he let the dragons occupy it? Chapter 39:18. The white-eyed wolf looked at Madman and suddenly laughed. "We're brothers. No matter what you do, I'll support you. You're really something. 3 days later, we'll kill our way to the dragon's nest and let this pair of siblings have a taste of our strength. Even without Ice Dragon as a backer, we won't lose to them." Madman smiled domineeringly. "Backer?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and immediately said with disdain, "Do we still need a backer? We're the best backers." Hearing the conversation between the two, Feather Emperor and the others rolled their eyes. But they were also very happy. Because from Madman's current performance, the memories of his previous life didn't affect him as much as they imagined. Feather Emperor landed beside the two and looked at Madman. Let's find a place to talk. Okay. Madman nodded and turned to look at Elder Hua and the others, saying, if there's anything, immediately inform us. Okay. Elder Hua and the others nodded and smiled. Although they didn't know what happened to Madman, in their eyes, he was still the same young man. He was still a member of their demon palace. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and a space-time passage appeared. Several people walked in one after another. Soon, the demon palace regained its peace. The onlookers also gradually dispersed. But the white-eyed wolf and Madman's actions today would inevitably shake the entire sky cloud realm and even the divine kingdom. For example, at this moment, Western Continent, Rogue Cultivator Alliance. In a large hall, the Alliance Master and the others gathered together and couldn't help but laugh when they heard the report from the spy. Especially the Hall of the Exalted Master. Madman was his disciple. How could he not be happy that Madman could achieve what he had today? Because he was also proud of himself. After being silent for so long, I finally heard news about them and they became famous in one battle. The Alliance Master shook his head and sighed. Alliance Master, you can't say that. They didn't become famous in one battle because they have long been famous in the Sky Cloud realm. They are the return of the kings. The Hall of the Exalted Master hurriedly corrected him. Ah. The Alliance Master was stunned and nodded with a bitter smile. That's true. The Vice Alliance Master glanced at the Hall of Famers and kindly reminded him, I say, Old Man Chi, you should watch your mouth a little. You're just jealous. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted sneered. Jealous? The Vice Alliance Master was slightly taken aback, and said disdainfully, It seems like you're the only one who has a disciple. Yes. You do indeed have a disciple. However, there is no movement from that disciple of yours at all. We do know him. We know that he is cultivating in seclusion. But others don't know. Maybe people are talking behind his back that he is afraid of the people of the Divine Kingdom and doesn't dare to show his face. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted laughed. Who dares to talk about this? The Vice Leader flew into a rage. Calm down, calm down. Old Chi was just saying. Do you really think he's serious? The Alliance Master had a helpless expression on his face. These two old men? How childish. Qin Feiyang and the Madman were brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. What was there to compare? How are Zhuo Tianxing and the others? Shen Mang and his wife suddenly asked. They are fine. The Vice Leader nodded and asked suspiciously, Why are you suddenly asking about them? Are you stupid? Zhuo Tianxing is Zhuo Xiaoxian's daughter. Lu Zhengyuan is Zhuo Xiaoxian's adopted daughter. Old Man Yu is also on good terms with Zhuo Xiaoxian. We have to take special care of these three people. Shen Mang and his wife said. Is there a need? We are all on the same side. We'll talk about it later. We have always taken good care of them. Why don't you go and take a look at them? They are living more leisurely than us now. I know a little about their lives. The Vice Leader shook his head. This was true. Zhuo Tianxing and the other two? They were considered to be in a high position in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The point was, even if they had great power, they didn't like to care about them. They either cultivated all day long, or gathered together to drink tea and chat. It was very pleasant. I agree with Old Yi. They are all on the same side. What's there to take care of them for? If we do it now, if we really go and do something, it will seem too pretentious. The leader thought for a while and nodded. We also want to build a good relationship with the other children. The Shun Mang couple smiled embarrassedly. Yi Tian, Zhao Xiaojin and the Shun Mang couple's child, the fire dragon? They were all in the Black Tortoise world now. And back then, they even followed everyone to cultivate beside the little rabbit. It could be said that they had obtained a great fortune. Their relationship has reached this level. There is no need. I only hope that, as long as Yi Tian doesn't drag them down. The Vice Leader waved his hand. It is difficult not to drag them down. After all, the gap is obvious. However, we don't need to worry. Although their talents are not as good as Qin Fei Yang and other monsters, they are not too bad. Moreover, they have already opened the door of potential. They will definitely achieve something in the future. The leader smiled faintly. That's right. It is too difficult to compare with people like Qin Fei Yang and Long Chen. They just need to do their part well. Don't stop working hard. The vice leader and the Hall of Famers nodded one after another. The land of buried gods. The core area. Accompanied by the appearance of a spacetime tunnel. A group of people walked out one after another. They were the Madman, the White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Dance, the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the Little Rabbit. The land of buried gods. The Feather Emperor and the others were stunned. They thought that the spacetime tunnel opened by the White-Eyed Wolf would lead them to Skycloud Island. They didn't expect that it would lead them to the land of buried gods. To the land of buried gods, the White-Eyed Wolf's intention was quite obvious. He wanted to let the Madman and Qin Fei Yang meet. The three immediately became worried. They hurriedly looked around, but they didn't find any traces of Qin Fei Yang and Yun Xiang. Didn't they say that they would wait for the princess of the divine kingdom in the land of buried gods? Where were they? Why did they come here? The Madman also looked at the White-Eyed Wolf in confusion. He still didn't know that Qin Fei Yang was in the land of buried gods. At this moment, the Black Tortoise Realm was floating beside them. The Black Tortoise Realm. Pei Dason had been monitoring the situation outside. When he saw the Madman appear, he immediately shouted, "Young master, look, it's the Madman." The Madman? Qin Fei Yang immediately woke up from his seclusion. He raised his head and looked at the scene in the sky. A trace of joy appeared on his face. In the next moment, he appeared outside and looked at the Madman with a smile. "Senior brother, you're finally back. How was it? Did you find anything?" However, the moment the Madman saw Qin Fei Yang appear, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of killing intent. What's going on? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. The hearts of the Feather Emperor and the others were also in their throats. The White-Eyed Wolf and Fire Dance looked at each other and slowly approached the Madman. If the Madman attacked Qin Fei Yang, they had to stop him immediately. The Madman was silent as he stared at Qin Fei Yang. From his eyes, one could clearly see a trace of resentment and grief. He was grieving for those who died unjustly in the Nether King's hell. But at the same time, there was also a trace of struggle in his eyes. What's going on? Qin Fei Yang looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and the others suspiciously. Why did the Madman's eyes look so strange? And in the Madman's heart, he could clearly sense a trace of anger and killing intent. One had to know. With his friendship with the Madman, it was impossible for such a situation to happen. Sigh. The Feather Emperor sighed deeply and walked to Qin Fei Yang. He looked at the Madman and said, "We all understand how you feel, but whether it's Qin Fei Yang or the princess of the divine kingdom, they're both innocent." That's right. You hate the divine kingdom. We hate them too. But we have to be reasonable. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Whoever made the mistake should be punished. Moreover, you've been with Qin Fei Yang since the ancient world. You should know what kind of person he is without us telling you. You shouldn't transfer your hatred for the purple gold divine dragon to him. The Blood Ancestor also spoke. Since he had to face these things sooner or later, he might as well resolve it today. What are you talking about? Looking at the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the Madman, Qin Fei Yang was even more puzzled. Actually, he's the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. Little Rabbit sighed. What? Qin Fei Yang's expression stiffened. It's true. Little Rabbit said, and now, he has already fused with the memories and inheritance of his previous life. Memories and inheritance of his previous life. In that case, you've been fusing with the memories and inheritance of your previous life during the months of evil? Qin Fei Yang looked at the Madman and asked. The Madman was silent. The killing intent in his eyes didn't dissipate. The struggle in his eyes became more obvious. During this period, he has indeed been fusing with the memories and inheritance of his previous life. The Feather Emperor nodded. This is a good thing, but why have you all become like this? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It's indeed a good thing. Because now, he has already grasped the 4 ultimate mysteries. However, there is also a problem. In his previous life, he led the blood demon race to the Nether King's hell to stop the powerhouses of the Divine Kingdom. In that battle, he personally witnessed the suffering of the Nether King's hell, so before he died, he left a deep resentment in his heart. This resentment is contained in his memories. Now that he has fused with the memories of his previous life, he will naturally be bound by this resentment. The Feather Emperor sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Shua. Suddenly, a blood shadow appeared. You are. Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Fire Dance looked at the blood shadow in surprise. I'm the spirit of the Blood Demon Tower. The blood shadow said. The 3 nodded. Actually, when he was fusing with the memories and inheritance of his previous life, I warned him to think twice. But at that time, he was very confident. Saying anything will definitely not affect your relationship. However, after he successfully fused with it, I discovered that his personality has begun to change. He is also aware of this, so he has been struggling with his thoughts. However, you can't blame him. It's just that the battle back then was too tragic. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to get rid of that shadow. The blood shadow sighed. Qin Feiyang asked, so now, I, who have the purple gold dragon blood, have become the target of his hatred? That's right. The blood shadow nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. His gaze fell on Frenzy again, and he said disappointedly, Senior brother, it seems that the friendship we have formed after going through fire and water together over the years is not that indestructible. The blood shadow, the Feather Emperor, and the others immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Were they going to fall out with him? Chapter 39:19. The White-Eyed Wolf also hurriedly said, Little Qin Zi, don't be angry. You have to give him some time. That's right. If he really doesn't care about your friendship, he wouldn't have been struggling. Blood Shadow also hurriedly explained. Angry? Qin Feiyang paused for a moment and said telepathically, I'm not angry. I'm just deliberately provoking him. Deliberately provoking him? Blood Shadow was taken aback. That's right. The resentment of his previous life is already devouring his mind. If this continues, Senior Brother's consciousness will definitely be devoured by the resentment. Do you know what the consequences of this will be? Senior Brother's consciousness and memories will all disappear and be replaced by the resentment of his previous life. At that time, he will really be a stranger. The most important thing is, when the resentment dominates this body, he will become a ruthless killing machine. So at this time, we have to use strong medicine, Qin Feiyang said to himself. Hearing this, the Emperor of Feathers and the others were shocked. They really didn't think of this situation. Because they had always thought that even if the lunatic merged with the memories of his previous life, the worst-case scenario would be a split personality. In other words, there would be 2 consciousnesses in one body. But now, after hearing what Qin Feiyang said, this was really possible. Because before the Blood Demon King died, the resentment in his heart was already comparable to the inner demons. Now that this resentment had merged with the lunatic, it would naturally gradually erode the lunatic's mind. Being eroded by such a strong resentment, even the lunatic's confidence would probably be difficult to resist. Once the lunatic's mind was assimilated and devoured by this resentment, the lunatic's memories and consciousness would naturally disappear. In this way, from now on, the person who occupied this body would not be the lunatic or the Blood Demon King, but the resentment of the Blood Demon King. The lunatic again. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the struggle on his face became even more obvious. At this moment, there was always a voice in his heart. Qin Feiyang was the descendant of the purple gold divine dragon. He was a sinner and deserved to die. This voice was filled with madness and malevolence, constantly tempting the madman. It was as if it contained a magical power that caused his mind to almost collapse. But in the depths of the madman's heart, he had always maintained his friendship with Qin Feiyang. Although this friendship had started to become blurry due to the impact of the resentment, he had been trying hard to tell himself that he could not lose it. Sigh. If you really care about our friendship, how can mere resentment affect your consciousness? I'm really disappointed. If it were me today, no matter how strong the resentment is, I would not waver in the slightest, because you are the brother that I, Qin Feiyang, have acknowledged. We will be brothers for life, and no one can change that. Qin Feiyang heaved a long sigh. It's not like that. I didn't. Madman held his head that was about to explode and roared hysterically. Feather Emperor and the others immediately rushed forward worriedly. But Qin Feiyang stopped them. He looked at the madman and continued, "Do you still remember the scene when we met in the ancient world? I'm just a nobody who just entered the ancient world. I'm someone who's constantly being targeted by the Dragon Clan. Even I'm worried about my own situation. But you're not afraid at all. You've been taking care of me, protecting me. Even later, when I entered the Divine Kingdom and faced the dragons, you could have completely stayed out of it, but you did not do so. You fought with me, killed enemies side by side, and never abandoned me. From then on, I recognized you as my brother for life. You are also a very brave person. Even when facing the ice dragon and the small beast, you were not afraid. You are a strong person. Facing the death of your adoptive father, facing the unsolved mystery of your origin, you never fell, never gave up. You are also a man with responsibility. Whether it was in the ancient world or now facing the Divine Kingdom, you have never retreated. You have always stood at the forefront, protecting the world. You are so brave, so strong. Can't you defeat a resentment? The setbacks and difficulties we have experienced along the way can't be compared to a resentment. Senior brother, the friendship between us was built through countless life and death tribulations. We are each other's shoulders, each other's reliance. Our friendship can withstand the test of blood and fire. Senior brother, wake up. No matter what the future is, we have to accompany each other and walk down the path together. Qin Feiyang roared. His voice was like thunder, shaking all directions. Madman's mind suddenly rumbled. The memories of being attacked by resentment quickly emerged in his mind. Inner world. At this moment, Madman's consciousness stood opposite a blood shadow. This blood shadow was like a cloud of blood mist, filled with a violent aura. It was formed by the resentment of the Blood Demon King. Don't listen to him. What brother, what friendship, that is just a trick to deceive you. What he values is your strength. If you are a trash, he won't care about you at all. The resentment continued to tempt him. Madman shook his head and shouted, "Shut up for me, don't be stubborn. If you don't believe me, you can try. When the benefits are in front of you, what will he do to you? You see, will he still treat you as a brother?" But before the resentment finished speaking, murderous intent suddenly erupted from Madman's eyes. He said gloomily, "You don't understand him at all. Even if I am a trash, he will not abandon me. As for the benefits, that is a joke. In the Skybell divine treasure, as long as I ask, he would rather not have it and immediately give it to me. Let me ask you, how many people in the world can do this? So, don't bewitch me anymore, because it is already useless. A mere resentment wants to cause trouble, go and destroy it for me." As Madman's voice fell, a powerful belief surged out and pounced on the resentment. "You can't do this, I am the memory of your previous life," the resentment roared. "So what if it's my previous life? If you provoke me, I will even kill myself." Madman smiled sinisterly. The power of belief instantly drowned out the resentment of Blood Demon King. No, with a mournful scream, the resentment dissipated. Although his inner world was turbulent, outside, Madman was lying on the ground, looking incomparably calm. Feather Emperor, Little Rabbit, Blood Ancestor, Fire Dance, and White-Eyed Wolf all looked at Madman in surprise. What was going on? Why did he suddenly become quiet? However, a faint smile could be seen in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Because he had the inner demons before, he knew how to solve this kind of problem. If nothing unexpected happened, Madman must be in his inner world right now, making an end to the resentment. In other words, his previous words had successfully awakened Madman's memories. Nothing will happen, right? Seeing Madman not moving for a long time, White-Eyed Wolf tilted his head and tentatively reached out his hand, waving it in front of Madman's eyes. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, The motionless madman slapped away White-Eyed Wolf's hand. "Heh!" White-Eyed Wolf looked at Madman in astonishment. Madman slowly raised his head and glared at White-Eyed Wolf, then at Feather Emperor and the others. Finally, his gaze fell on Qin Fei Yang. This gaze, Feather Emperor and the others sized up Madman. The current madman's gaze no longer had that strange feeling from before. It was no different from the previous madman. "Let me formally welcome you back." Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. "Who needs your welcome? Also, I have no interest in being your brother for life." Madman immediately rolled his eyes. Qin Fei Yang smiled. This was the lunatic that he was familiar with. "Where's the resentment?" Blood Demon Tower's artifact spirit asked. "I destroyed it," Madman said casually. "Ah." The artifact spirit was stunned. Feather Emperor and the others also looked at each other. Not only did they succeed in awakening Madman, but they also destroyed the resentment. This was equivalent to completely eliminating this hidden danger. This was truly something worth celebrating. White-Eyed Wolf asked, "Then, do you still have the memories of Blood Demon King? Aren't you asking nonsense? All I did was erase that resentment. I didn't erase my memories." Madman rolled his eyes. "In other words, the memories are still there. Then, will you have a split personality in the future?" White-Eyed Wolf was curious. "You want me to have a split personality, right?" Madman stared at him fiercely and shook his head. "What's left now is just a simple memory. It won't have any effect." "That's good." White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. "Now that you mention it, the resentment left behind by the previous life is truly terrifying. Back then, when I was still fusing with the memories and inheritance, this resentment had already begun to devour my consciousness. But I had no choice. I wanted the inheritance left behind by my previous life too much, so I let it devour it. I wanted to wait until the fusion was complete before I slowly settled the score with it. But I didn't expect that by the time the fusion was complete, it had already devoured more than half of my consciousness. If I hadn't been steadfast in my heart, I'm afraid I would have already become a puppet." Madman shook his head. Hearing this, Feather Emperor and the others couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, White-Eyed Wolf directly brought Madman to Qin Fei Yang. Fortunately, Qin Fei Yang saw through it and immediately awakened Madman. Otherwise, Madman's consciousness would definitely be gone after a period of time. At that time, even if a deity descended to the mortal world, it would be useless. "Let's go to the Black Tortoise world and talk slowly." Qin Fei Yang waved his hand, and a group of people immediately appeared in the tea garden. Qin Fei Yang brewed tea while looking at White-Eyed Wolf and Fire Dance, and asked suspiciously, "When did the two of you run out?" "I actually didn't know. Didn't we hear that little madman had returned? So, we went to the demonic palace to take a look." "You didn't know because we went directly to the Fire Lotus. But speaking of which, little madman, what's the situation with the source of all evil?" White-Eyed Wolf looked at Madman suspiciously. "The source of all evil?" Qin Fei Yang was stunned. "You didn't see it with your own eyes. The current madman's strength can be called monstrous. After transforming, he directly suppressed the ultimate profundity of an ultimate law." White-Eyed Wolf said excitedly. "What? Suppressed the ultimate profundity of an ultimate law?" Chapter 39:20. The ultimate profundity of an ultimate law was comparable to a sovereign weapon. Suppressing the ultimate profundity of an ultimate law was equivalent to suppressing a sovereign weapon, right? Apart from the ultimate profundity of the life and death law, he had never heard of any other method that could do it. The root of all evil, it's a long story. Feather Emperor shook his head and smiled. "Then tell me the main point." The White-Eyed Wolf was somewhat impatient. Feather Emperor took a sip of tea and said, "The root of all evil is the source of all evil in the world. Legend has it that as long as one grasps the root of all evil, they will be able to control the power of all evil and become a god that can control evil. In my previous life, the Blood Demon King had already found the root of all evil, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed in fusing with it." "Didn't succeed in fusing with it?" The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. "Yes. If the Blood Demon King had succeeded in fusing with the root of all evil back then, he wouldn't have been defeated by that purple-gold divine dragon. Feather Emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, in that case, senior brother Fengzi has already succeeded in fusing with it. You will have to ask him. Feather Emperor looked at Fengzi. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at Fengzi. I succeeded. I originally thought that it would be very difficult. After all, I didn't succeed in fusing with it in my previous life. But I didn't expect that after just half a year of seclusion, I would be able to fuse with the root of all evil. It seems that I am indeed more outstanding in this life than in my previous life. Fengzi smiled proudly. Shameless. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. What does the root of all evil look like? Fire Dance asked curiously. You have all seen it before. Fengzi said. Seen it before? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Yes. Fengzi nodded and chuckled. The evil moon and evil sun are actually formed by the root of all evil. But now, they have already fused with my bloodline power. You will no longer be able to see them. No, you can still see the imprint. After saying that, an imprint appeared on Fengzi's forehead. It was similar to the evil moon. With the appearance of this imprint, a terrifying power of all evil swept out in all directions like a tide. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at the mark in a daze. He didn't expect the evil moon and evil sun to have such a background. I've named this seal the seal of all evil. Now, I can freely control the power of the root of all evil. Low-level dominator weapons are no longer a match for me. How is it? Are you jealous? The madman looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf with a smug expression. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and asked, then what was the bead you saw in the moon of evil? That's called the blood demon pearl. There are two in total. One is in the evil moon, and the other is in the evil sun. The madman waved his hand and two blood-red beads appeared. They also gave off a shocking evil power. The blood demon orb and the blood demon tower are one. Only when the blood demon orb and the blood demon tower are one can the blood demon tower return to its peak state. The madman then turned to the Feather Emperor and the other two and said, where are Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang? My blood demon tower is still with them. Cough, cough. The Feather Emperor coughed and said, when the time comes, they will naturally appear. As for the blood demon tower, don't worry, it won't be lost. Why are you keeping us in suspense? The madman looked at the three suspiciously. Qin Feiyang also looked at the three in confusion. Then, he looked at madman and asked, is the blood demon tower a dominator weapon? Of course it is. The madman smiled proudly. Then didn't you make a fortune? Not only did you obtain the inheritance of your previous life, but you also successfully merged with the root of all evil and obtained the dominator weapon from your previous life. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Don't be envious, this is something you can't get. The madman took out a jar of black tortoise divine brew and drank it proudly. What the hell? The white-eyed wolf was displeased. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and smiled bitterly. You have to admit, these things are really something you can't get from being envious. Fire Dance asked, is the root of all evil powerful, or is it the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? Ah! The Feather Emperor and the other two couldn't answer this question. This was because they had seen the power of the root of all things with their own eyes. It had indeed surpassed the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Although there were countless inheritances of the law of life and death, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Naturally, they couldn't judge its power. Although the root of all evil isn't a law of life and death, it can be considered an ultimate power in the world. As for the law of life and death, it is also an ultimate power. Probably. I'm just saying it's probably the case. The blood ancestor thought for a moment and speculated. I don't think so. It's very simple. Let's first look at the speed of the little madman fusing with the root of all evil, then look at the speed of little Qinzi comprehending the ultimate meaning. In terms of difficulty, the root of all evil isn't as powerful as the law of life and death, right? The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. How can this kind of thing be measured by speed? The Feather Emperor was speechless. In terms of speed, the Blood Demon King had spent his entire life fusing with the root of all evil and still hadn't succeeded. This was probably even more difficult than Qin Feiyang comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Ignore him. He's just feeling unbalanced. The madman shook his head at the Feather Emperor. Who's feeling unbalanced? Let's just talk about it. The white-eyed wolf coldly snorted. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the madman and frowned. You're back. You've fused with the root of all evil and brought back these 2 blood demon pearls. What about the blood demon race? One had to know. Whether it was the blood demon race or the creatures of hell, they all needed the power of evil to survive. Don't worry, hell is no longer the same as before. The madman shook his head. Different. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. In fact, whether it's the blood demon race or other creatures, the imprints on their bodies are all caused by the root of all evil. And now, I have already controlled the power of the root of all evil. I can remove the imprints on their bodies at any time. The madman said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was really as he and the fire python had analyzed. The imprints on the creatures of hell had nothing to do with the rules of hell itself. He asked, then the imprints on their bodies haven't been removed yet, right? Not yet. However, there is still a lot of evil power left in hell, enough for them to survive for a few decades. When I drive the dragons out of the Yin Demon Land, I'll go and bring them back. The madman laughed. You want to make a move on the dragons? Qin Feiyang frowned. The white-eyed wolf said indifferently, he has already said that Long Chen and Long Qin are to take the dragons out of the Yin Demon Land within 3 days. Otherwise, he will directly kill his way to the dragon's lair. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, but Long Chen isn't in the dragon's lair right now. I know. He went to Great Qin with the princess of the Divine Kingdom. The madman nodded. They really went to Great Qin? Qin Feiyang and the Feather Emperor looked at each other. Don't you know? This time, it was the madman who was stunned. He thought that Long Chen and the princess of the Divine Kingdom went to Great Qin with the consent of Qin Feiyang and the others in advance. Therefore, he didn't mention this matter in the half a year after returning to the Sky Cloud realm. I don't know. But I've already guessed it. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and frowned. The Feather Emperor sighed and said, it seems that sister-in-law really plans to return to the Divine Kingdom. Before she leaves, she wants to visit the descendants of the Qin clan. Return to the Divine Kingdom? What's going on? The madman's face was full of surprise. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the matter of the princess of the Divine Kingdom giving the 3 inheritances to Yun Xiang, as well as their inner guesses. What? Yun Xiang might be the reincarnation of the human emperor? The madman was stunned. From everything the old ancestor has done, there is indeed such a possibility. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ha. The madman was immediately amused. He looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly and said, if that's the case, how are you going to face Yun Xiang in the future? That's what it is. How can I escape from it? Qin Feiyang was helpless. He pondered for a while and said, but to be honest, I really hope that Yun Xiang is the reincarnation of the human emperor. Because at least it proves that the human emperor is still alive. That's true. Even if the reincarnation of the human emperor is a stranger we don't know, it's still better than being dead. The madman nodded. With the memories of his previous life, he knew what the human emperor had done for the Sky Cloud realm. So, he didn't want the human emperor to die. Let's talk about this later. Now that the madman's situation has been resolved, we will return to the Sky Cloud Island first. The Feather Emperor stood up and smiled. Then, he looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, come with us. Ah! The white-eyed wolf looked up at the Feather Emperor. What did he mean? There are benefits. The Feather Emperor smiled. What benefits? Upon hearing the words benefits, the white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang and Hua Wu were also curious. However, the madman looked at the white-eyed wolf and the Feather Emperor thoughtfully. Keep it a secret first. The Feather Emperor smiled mysteriously. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. He said angrily, if you don't tell me clearly, I won't go. You really won't go? Don't regret it. This is a great fortune, Lin Feng said with a smile. The Feather Emperor smiled meaningfully. The blood ancestor and the little rabbit stood at the side with an unfathomable look. The white-eyed wolf looked at the three and couldn't resist the temptation. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go. I don't believe that you will sell me out." "Then, why don't we go and take a look?" the madman asked tentatively. "You don't have to go." The Feather Emperor chuckled. He didn't even bother to hide his rejection. "I can't go either." Huowu looked at the Feather Emperor with a pleading look. "No." The Feather Emperor shook his head. "What's the point of doing this?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. They were hiding everything from them. Their treatment was worse than that of outsiders. "You stay here and wait for your ancestor. Don't wait until she returns to the divine kingdom. You won't be able to stop her in time." The little rabbit grinned. "Scram, scram." Qin Feiyang waved his hand impatiently and sent the four out. The weapon spirit looked at the madman and said, "Then it's fine. I'll leave first." "Okay." The madman nodded. When the weapon spirit entered one of the blood demon pearls, the madman waved his hand and put away the 2 pearls. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and looked at Huowu. "Do you know about the Feng people's current situation?" "Yes. Father already told me." Huowu nodded. "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It depends on father." Huowu pondered for a moment and sighed. Qin Feiyang nodded and thought for a moment. He looked at Huowu and smiled. "No matter what decision you make, we will stand behind you." "Thank you." Huowu smiled gratefully. "All right. Do as you wish." After saying that, Qin Feiyang put down his teacup, turned around, and stepped into the air. "Instead of waiting here, why don't you go to the great Qin Empire and look for the Divine Kingdom's princess?" The madman looked at Qin Feiyang's back and said. After all, the Feather Emperor's badge was still in his hands. He could return to the great Qin Empire at any time. Qin Feiyang stopped and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Originally, it was just a guess. I did plan to go back to the great Qin Empire to confirm it. But now, since it's confirmed that she went to the great Qin Empire, there's no need. Moreover, she probably doesn't want anyone to disturb her now." After saying that, Qin Feiyang landed behind Pei Dason and sat cross-legged in the air, continuing to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Chapter 39-21. Feng people. During this period of time, the Feng people had kept a low profile. There was nothing they could do. Now, they no longer had the qualifications to be high profile. Feng who had fallen, and the various sovereign divine weapons had left with her. The strongest people in the clan were those reclusive old antiques. But these reclusive old antiques had only grasped the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law. In front of the geniuses of the divine kingdom, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. In the past, the Feng people were so awe-inspiring. Any one of them would be worshipped from all directions. But now, they had fallen to the point where no one cared about them. The dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan all had the same experience. But now, their situation was completely different. Let's talk about the dragons first. Although the Dragon King had fallen, Long Chen and Long Qin were stronger. Under the leadership of these siblings, the dragon's status in the Sky Cloud realm had increased. Let's talk about the Kirin clan. Although Qi Shaoyun's strength wasn't as strong as Long Chen and Long Qin, he was still an existence who had grasped the ultimate meaning of the strongest law. Most importantly, he had a sovereign divine weapon. Just this point alone wasn't something the down-and-out Feng people could compare to. Now, the Feng people had undoubtedly become the weakest in the Sky Cloud realm. Their clansmen had also truly experienced what it meant to be weak and hopeless. At this time, Hua Dahong and a group of reclusive old antiques were sitting in a great hall with a gloomy face. The atmosphere in the hall was particularly heavy. "We can't go on like this." Suddenly, an old woman with white hair on her temples spoke. "That's right." Another old man with white hair nodded in agreement and said in a deep voice, "Now, we Feng people don't even have a sovereign divine weapon. Not to mention the experts of the divine kingdom, even in the Sky Cloud realm, any force can bully us at will. Who doesn't know about this, but what can we do?" Another old man spoke. The great hall fell into silence again. After a long time, the old man with white hair sighed and looked at the sky outside the door. He said softly, "Now, we can only ask Hua Wenchang and his daughter to come back and preside over the situation." What? Invite the father and daughter back? Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? I don't agree. As soon as this was said, someone immediately stood up to oppose it. Those who objected were basically all members of the Ice Phoenix clan. This was because the reason Hua Wenchang and Feng who had left the Feng people was because Feng who had given the Frost Sparrow Sword to Bing Changtian and his daughter. Furthermore, Bing Changtian was killed right away. Bing Ruining had also been taken away by Qin Feiyang. It was unknown whether she was still alive or not. Therefore, no matter what, they were unwilling to see Hua Wenchang and Hua Wu return to the Feng people because they were afraid of being suppressed. Feng who was taking care of the Ice Phoenix race in the past. But now, Feng who had already fallen. Once Hua Wenchang and Feng who returned, with Hua Wenchang's strength, she would definitely replace Feng who's position. When it was time, if Fire Dance wanted to suppress them, they wouldn't be able to retaliate. In the future, the Ice Phoenix race wouldn't even have the slightest say in Feng people. Lead the wolf into the house? This is really a big joke. They are originally members of the Feng people. How can you say that they are leading the wolf into the house? Moreover, if Bing Changtian hadn't interfered and sowed discord, would they have left the Feng people? The old woman with white hair said angrily. Anyway, since they have chosen to leave, they can forget about coming back in the future. I believe that our people won't accept them again. The old antique of the Ice Phoenix race snorted. Haha, the old woman with white hair laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? The old antique of the Ice Phoenix race raised his eyebrows. I'm laughing at your naivety. Ridiculous. Do you really think that Hua Wenchang and the others are willing to come back to the Feng people now? The current Qin Feiyang has grasped countless miniature versions of the laws. Furthermore, he possesses abilities that no one can compare to. Over the years, this father and daughter pair have lived extremely comfortable lives by Qin Feiyang's side. Look at the golden-winged Wolf King. Back in the demonic palace, even the God Clan woman who mastered two ultimate profundities of the strongest laws was no match for him. Look at Madman Mo, he suppressed the two prodigies of the God Clan by himself. Let me ask you, who among the Feng people can do that now? The current Feng people are not even 1/10,000th of the human race, let alone the dragons and the Kirins. I really don't know what you have to be proud of. Please understand the situation. Hua Wenchang and his daughter don't need us now. We need them. The old woman with white hair was furious. What time was it now? How could they still be so self-righteous? With such people around, the Feng people wouldn't be tolerated if they didn't perish. Everyone fell silent. Humph. Don't just talk about the Ice Phoenix race. When Feng who took Fire Dance's ultimate profundity inheritance, I didn't see anyone from the Fire Phoenix race stand up for her. Even a certain grandfather of mine has the attitude of placing righteousness before family. The old antique of the Ice Phoenix race sneered. What do you mean? Hua Dahong raised his eyebrows. Nothing. I just think it's ridiculous. Back then, all of you were so righteous that you couldn't wait to kill that traitor with your own hands. Now, the Feng people are in trouble and all of you are trying to shirk responsibility. Do you really think the Ice Phoenix race is easy to bully? Let me tell you, even a rabbit bites when it's cornered. At most, we'll fight to the death. The old antiques of the Ice Phoenix race sneered. The old antiques of the Fire Phoenix race couldn't help but turn gloomy when they heard these words. Hua Dahong especially clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Sigh. The old woman with white hair sighed and looked at everyone. Anyway, I'll leave the ugly words here first. If we don't ask the father and daughter to come back, the Feng people will be finished sooner or later. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. With that, she got up and strode away. At the same time, in the depths of a mountain in the eastern continent, a group of people gathered here, each of them in an extremely wretched state. The people in the lead were the two prodigies of the God Clan, Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing. How many prodigies are there in the Sky Cloud realm? Why is one more terrifying than the other? Both of them were extremely angry. They originally thought that the only prodigies in the sky cloud realm were Li Feng, Yun Xiang, Long Chen, and Long Qin. But they didn't expect. In the end, two more prodigies jumped out. One had the ability to deprive cultivation, and the other had the ability to transform. Every punch and kick had the power to surpass a sovereign weapon. They were simply ridiculously strong. What should we do now? The other prodigies of the God clan looked at Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing in a daze. The two pondered for a moment and sighed. What else can we do? We can only lie low and wait for the monarch's order. Should we inform the people in the southern continent, western continent, and northern continent? Someone asked. Definitely. Tell them to keep a low profile. Especially in the sky cloud realm, don't kill the innocent. According to my observation in the past 6 months, as long as we don't kill the innocent in the sky cloud realm, Long Chen and the others won't come out. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, revealing a sense of competence. 3 days later. Dragon Nest. A black-clothed youth suddenly descended in front of the barrier. It was Madman. Looking at the barrier in front of him, a cold light flashed in Madman's eyes. The barrier was there, which meant that the dragons hadn't left the Yin Demon Land. Long Qin might not have taken his words to heart at all. This is not a place where you dragons should come. Madman whispered. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. The barrier began to tremble violently. What's the situation? This move immediately alarmed the dragons. Everyone ran out and looked up at the barrier. Could it be that the prodigies of the Divine Kingdom had come to kill them? Because except for the Divine Kingdom, no one in the Sky Cloud realm seemed to have the guts to come to the dragons to make trouble. After all, now, the ones guarding the dragons were the Long Chen siblings. Damn Madman, you dare to kill us. At the same moment, accompanied by an angry shout, Long Qin walked out of a hall. Damn Madman? Could it be Madman Mo? He really wants to drive us out of the Yin Demon Land. Hearing Long Qin's shout, the people of the dragons suddenly turned pale with fright. They had already heard the harsh words that Madman said to Long Qin in the Demon Palace. It turned out that in their opinion, it was just a joke. Because no matter how strong Madman was, it was impossible for him to defeat an intermediate-level Dominator divine weapon. But they didn't expect that today, 3 days later, it really came as scheduled. Could it be that Madman's strength was so strong that he wasn't even afraid of an intermediate-level Dominator divine weapon? I'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave the Yin Demon Land. Madman opened his mouth, his voice was like a bell, spreading throughout the entire dragon nest. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Who does he think he is? This is the land of us dragons. You came to occupy our land and still act so arrogantly. How preposterous. Everyone in the dragon clan was furious. Bastard, are you done yet? Long Qin flashed in front of the barrier and stared at Madman standing outside with a cold glint in his eyes. Don't ignore this father's words. Once the barrier of the heavenly god sword is broken, the Yin demon power outside will instantly enter the dragon nest. At that time, the entire dragon nest will be destroyed. Madman sneered. You're really a madman. Long Qin's face was ashen. Now, 3 breaths have passed. Instead of wasting words with this father here, why don't you take the dragons and scram? Madman laughed. You're going too far. Long Qin's eyes turned cold as he stepped out of the barrier. The death law, cause and effect law, and time law, the 3 ultimate intents, instantly appeared and charged at Madman with the power to destroy the world. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what's good for you. Madman sneered, and as a fierce aura erupted, he instantly turned into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. Between his eyebrows, the 10,000 evil seal appeared and blood-red light dyed the sky. And in the Yin Demon Land, for Madman, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Because he could absorb the Yin demon power here. In other words, all the Yin demon power could become the source of his power. He punched out, and the power of all evil surged, containing the power to destroy the world. Long Qin's 3 ultimate intents were like dead wood, shattering one after another. This was the terrifying power of all evil, easily crushing the ultimate intents of the strongest law. So strong. What kind of method is this? In the distance, the dragons who came to watch couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw this scene. Chapter 39:22. The ultimate power of the strongest law was already considered the pinnacle of power in the world. But at this moment, the ultimate power of the three strongest laws couldn't even compare to the madman's punch. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Not to mention them, even Long Qin, 3 days ago, she had already seen it with her own eyes in the demonic palace, but at this moment, she couldn't help but be shocked. 6 breaths have passed. The madman spoke. His cold tone was like a god of death pronouncing the death sentence of a living being. If you want us to leave the dragon nest, you have to have the ability to do so. Long Qin was furious. A terrifying ruler's aura rolled out, shaking the world. The barrier set up by the heavenly god sword was also crazily twisting. 8 breaths, only 2 breaths left. But the madman's expression didn't change. It was just a mid-level ruler weapon. What was there to be arrogant about? I won't leave. Long Qin was originally a proud person. How could he tolerate the arrogant attitude of the madman? Accompanied by a loud clang, a milky white thin sword appeared in front of her. This sword was 3 feet long and as thin as a cicada's wing, emitting a sacred light. As the divine light surged, 2 pure white wings appeared on the left and right sides of the thin sword. They were several feet long, like 2 angel wings that slowly flapped. One last breath. The madman looked at the thin sword as he spoke. This thin sword was indeed a mid-level ruler weapon. However, since he dared to come to the dragon nest, he was naturally fully prepared. Bastard, I'll kill you. Long Qin roared, grabbed the thin sword, and slashed at the madman. The sharp edge tore through the sky. Humph. The madman immediately snorted. Because his body was too large, a cold snort was as deafening as thunder. In the next moment, waves of ruler's aura appeared. 11 ruler weapons instantly rushed out of his body. They were the Sword of Death, Heavenly Star Divine Sword, Ice Phoenix Sword, Golden Dragon Spear, White Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror, Edgeless Heavy Sword, Golden Sun Divine Sword, Silver Moon Divine Sword, All Creation Cauldron, and Void Mirror. Although Qin Feiyang didn't come, the arrival of these ruler weapons undoubtedly represented his position. No matter what madman did, he would support him unconditionally. The 11 sovereign divine weapons instantly came to life. Divine might surged in all directions as they collided with the thin sword. Puff. Long Qin's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the meantime, with a jerk of his arm, the thin sword in his hand flew out. There was an upper limit to the number of intermediate dominator weapons. The upper limit was 10 low-level dominator weapons. But at this moment, the madman had brought a total of 11 sovereign weapons. This had already exceeded the upper limit. He had brought these dominator weapons to deal with Long Qin's intermediate dominator weapon. It's time. The madman chuckled and looked up at the barrier. Clang. The 11 sovereign divine weapons immediately turned into bolts of light that blasted toward the distorting barrier. Stop. You can't do that. This is the land of the dragons. Everyone in the dragon clan could not help but roar anxiously. Wrong. This is not the land of you dragons, but the land of the blood demons. You are just a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. A cold light flashed in the madman's eyes. Occupying the land of the blood demons and speaking so eloquently, it was truly infuriating. But at this moment, a bolt of light broke through the sky and blasted in front of the barrier like lightning, blocking the 11 sovereign divine weapons. It was Long Chen's heavenly god sword. But even the heavenly god sword couldn't compete with 11 sovereign divine weapons. Seeing that the heavenly god sword was about to be blasted away, Long Qin grabbed the thin sword and rushed to the side of the heavenly god sword. He slashed with the thin sword in his hand. The 2 intermediate dominator divine weapons naturally couldn't be compared. Boom. The death god sword and the other 11 sovereign divine weapons were blasted away and shattered. Long Chen. The madman's eyes were like torches as he scanned the surroundings. Since the heavenly god sword had appeared, Long Chen must have returned. Brother Mo, why are you so angry? With a faint laugh, Long Chen descended from the sky and landed beside Long Qin. Brother. Long Chen was overjoyed and immediately complained to Long Chen, "Brother, this bastard is too much. He actually wants to chase us out of the dragon's nest. I didn't want to, but he still wanted to force us out." "Chase us out of the dragon's nest?" Long Chen was slightly taken aback. He looked up at the madman and asked suspiciously, "Brother Mo, why are you doing this?" "Because this is the land of the blood demons," the madman said. "Blood demons," Long Chen murmured. His eyes flashed and he said with a smile, "Brother Mo, let's talk in private." "Okay." The madman nodded. His body quickly shrank. The 11 sovereign divine weapons also returned to the madman's body. Opposite. Long Chen also put away the heavenly god sword and looked at Long Chen helplessly. "You're a girl. Don't fight and kill all day. Who will dare to marry you in the future? He provoked me first. Why are you blaming me? Let's talk about it later. With this lady's identity and strength, is there a need to worry about no one wanting me?" Long Chen had a look of displeasure. "Don't be narcissistic." Long Chen rolled his eyes and walked in front of the madman. He transmitted his voice. "I also heard from the Dragon King that the Yin Demon Land was once the land of the blood demons, but what does this have to do with you? When you came back, didn't you find that the Nether King's hell was different from before?" The madman asked. "Yes. I also thought that this might have something to do with you. So before in the Nether King's hell, I asked the fire python about your situation, but it didn't seem to know the specific situation. Of course. It's also possible that it didn't tell me the truth." Long Chen smiled. Of course the fire python knew. Because when the madman came out of seclusion, he had already told him everything. However, the fire python had always been wary of Long Chen. Although Long Chen was the son of the ice dragon, for the fire python, he was not trustworthy. The madman pondered for a while and nodded. "Okay, Lousy will tell you. After listening, I hope you can take the initiative to take the dragons and leave the Yin Demon Land." Following that, the madman briefly explained the matter of him being the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. "What are they mumbling about?" Long Chen looked at the two whispering people and couldn't help but frown. A moment later, Long Chen nodded his head in realization. "So that's how it is. I was wondering how you could absorb the power of evil and the power of the Yin demons, and also have the ability to transform into a blood demon race. So you are his reincarnation, so you have already recovered the memories of your previous life?" "Yes." The madman nodded. Long Chen's eyes flashed as he asked curiously, "Then between you and Qin Feiyang, do you want to say that we haven't fallen out? You should be eager for us to fall out." The madman looked at him teasingly. Cough cough. Long Chen coughed dryly and said unhappily, "Don't think of me as such a despicable person, okay? I am concerned about you. I thank you for your concern. But you don't need to worry about these things. We are very good." The madman despised. "That's good." Long Chen smiled embarrassedly, looking quite embarrassed. "Tell me, are you moving or not?" the madman asked. This, Long Chen rubbed his forehead and asked, "Then tell me, where can I move to now?" "That I don't care. In any case, you have to vacate this Yin Demon Land. Later, I will go to hell and bring all the blood demons to the Sky Cloud realm," the madman said indifferently. Long Chen's hands that were rubbing his forehead couldn't help but increase the strength of his hands. What a headache. But suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. He looked up at the madman, his eyes flickering. "What?" The madman raised his eyebrows. Long Chen asked, "The passage to the Sky Cloud realm has not been repaired yet. How did you return to the Sky Cloud realm half a year ago? Does this have anything to do with you?" The madman looked at him with a smile. "Okay, pretend I didn't ask." Long Chen waved his hand. But in his heart, he was wondering if the madman also had a badge in his hand. "Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and decide. Don't think that I am afraid of you just because you have 2 intermediate Dominator divine weapons." The madman sneered. The Dominator divine weapons in Qin Feiyang's hands were not the same as the 11 in front of him. "What are you in a hurry for? I have to think of a place to stay first." Long Chen looked at the madman helplessly and lowered his head to ponder. Suddenly, the madman's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Why don't you go to the phoenix nest? What? Long Chen looked at the madman in astonishment. Those old farts in the phoenix nest, aren't they all very arrogant? I can take the opportunity to teach them a lesson. The madman's face was full of a sinister smile. Don't think about using me. I have no enmity with them. Why should I deal with them? Long Chen's face was dark. This guy really didn't let go of any opportunity to use him. No enmity? Do you believe that yourself? That Feng Hu? Who was the one who killed her? Do you need me to remind you? The madman sneered. The corner of Long Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at the sky and sighed. It's really a slip that brings everlasting sorrow. He had accidentally boarded the pirate ship of these people. There's nothing to hesitate about. The phoenix nest is courting death. If you do this, not only will no one say anything about you, they will even praise you for getting rid of evil for the people. The madman continued to encourage him. I really admire you. Long Chen was speechless and said with a dark face, then when the time comes, if the Feng people go to fire dance for help, don't make me move out of the Feng people. If that's the case, then I will really fall out with you. Don't worry. We are not the kind of people who will burn the bridge after crossing it. The madman bared his teeth. Come on. Long Chen rolled his eyes at him and turned to Long Qin with a smile. Qin, go to the phoenix nest. Go to the phoenix nest. Long Qin was taken aback. Long Chen said, tell them that the dragons have taken a fancy to their territory. They have 3 days to move out of the heavy region. What? Do we really have to move out? Long Qin frowned immediately. Long Chen nodded. But, Long Qin still wanted to say something, but Long Chen waved his hand, be obedient. Seeing Long Chen's firm attitude, Long Qin didn't dare to say anything. He glared at the madman and turned to leave. Chapter 39-23. Madman looked at Long Qin's back and suddenly thought of something. He turned to Long Chen and asked, why did I see you come back alone? Where's the princess of the divine kingdom? The princess of the divine kingdom? Long Chen was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, isn't she with you? Why are you asking me? Pretend. Keep pretending. Madman sneered. Why should I pretend? I really didn't see her. Long Chen shook his head. Madman sneered and asked, then why did you go to hell? I was bored and went to enjoy the scenery of hell. Can't I? Long Chen asked. You don't want to tell me? Okay. I'll let old Qin come and find you personally. After saying that, Madman opened a space-time tunnel and prepared to leave. He thought that Long Chen would definitely stop him after hearing this, but Long Chen didn't. He just watched Madman leave quietly. 3 days later, I'll bring the blood demons over. Don't let me see another dragon. Madman had no choice but to leave these words and entered the space-time tunnel without looking back. After Madman left, Long Chen looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. The land of heavy regions. Feng people. Not long after, Long Qin descended on the land of the Feng people. Greetings, Your Highness. A group of old antiques from the Feng people immediately ran out with respectful expressions. If it was in the past, they would definitely scold him immediately. Why did he come to the Feng people? But now, Long Qin showed amazing strength and lost Feng Hu's backing. They no longer had the courage. Long Qin glanced at the group of people and said indifferently, within 3 days, I want to see you Feng people move out of here. Move out of here? The group of old antiques was stunned and asked suspiciously, Your Highness, what do you mean? Stupid. Long Qin's face was full of disdain. You don't even understand what I'm saying. You must be stupid. He said, what I mean is that the dragons have taken a liking to the upper heavy region. You have to give up this place. What? You dragons want to occupy the ancestral land of the Feng people? The group of old antiques finally reacted and glared at Long Qin. Yes. Long Qin nodded. On what basis? Madman told you to move out of the dragon nest, so you came to occupy our phoenix nest. What kind of logic is this? Do you think we are easy to bully? The group of old antiques was seething with anger. Yes. I think you guys are easy to bully, so what? In front of Long Chen, she was an obedient girl, but in front of outsiders, she was different. Arrogant and despotic were not enough to describe her. "You've gone too far, you've gone too far." Seeing Long Qin's undisguised attitude, the group of antiques flew into a rage. "Don't think so highly of yourself. I don't even have the mood to bully trash like you. Remember, you only have 3 days. Otherwise, you'll be exterminated." Long Qin smiled contemptuously, and a death precept appeared with monstrous power, surging toward the group of old antiques. Then, without waiting to see the result, he turned around and left directly. "Get out of the way." The group of old antiques' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly fled for their lives. Boom! The death precept blasted into the mountain below. The area, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, was instantly razed to the ground. Although the group of old antiques fled quickly, they were also affected by the shockwave. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their faces turned pale. However, compared to their injuries, Long Qin's attitude angered them more. Why did he ask them to move out of the heavy region? If he had the ability, he should go and settle the score with madmen. The Feng people are finished. Around them, there were also many people gathered. There were men and women, old and young. They all saw this scene with their own eyes. Everyone's faces were full of despair. Especially the children of the Feng people. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling in extreme fear. "Who said that the Feng people are finished? Stop right there." The group of old antiques, who were already angry, immediately became furious when they heard the desperate voices of their people. However, none of the people present uttered a word. Their eyes were incomparably miserable. "Shut up, all of you. The people who bullied us are dragons. If you want to vent your anger, go find them. Why are you yelling at your own people? Do you only know how to fight among yourselves?" The white-haired old woman flew over and looked at the group of old antiques angrily. His words made the group of old antiques feel ashamed and unable to show their faces. "This is all our own fault." The white-haired old woman glanced at the shattered ground below, and then looked at the despairing people around her with a bitter smile on her face. What should the Feng people do now? Do they really have to leave the heavy region? Although the sky cloud realm was very big, apart from the heavy region, she really couldn't think of any other place where the Feng people could take shelter. The eastern continent, the western continent, the northern continent, and the southern continent were all the territories of the human race. Now the human race had the Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor. With the relationship between the Feng people and the two, it was impossible for the Feng people to enter the 4 continents. The Sky Cloud Realm? That was also the territory of the Little Rabbit. It was even more impossible for the Little Rabbit to take them in. Apart from that, there were 3 other forbidden areas left. However, the lunatic had already said that even the dragons had to leave the land of the Yin demons. And the Death Glacier was the territory of the Kirin clan. The remaining land of the buried gods was empty now, but who dared to go there? The land of the buried gods was now the battlefield between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm. Not to mention the people below, even the white-haired old woman couldn't help but feel despair. The glorious Feng people, who were originally in charge of a forbidden area, couldn't even find a place to stay now. It was really sad. Were the Feng people really going to die? Huadahong. Suddenly, a shout was heard. Everyone followed the voice and saw a white-haired old man clenching his hands with a trace of decisiveness in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Huadahong looked at the white-haired old man and asked. The white-haired old man said, "You are Hua Wenchang's father and Hua Wu's grandfather. Go find them and ask them to help." "Are we really going to find them?" Some of the old antiques were immediately unhappy. "What's wrong? Could it be that you have a way to solve the current problem? If you really have a way, fine, this old man will listen to you. You can do whatever you want." The white-haired old man said angrily. The group of people fell silent. The white-haired old man sighed and said, "Look at the people around you." The group of people raised their heads and looked at the people around them. Their eyes trembled slightly. At this moment, the surrounding clansmen were looking at them with eyes filled with disappointment. "You can't even protect the clan's land. As the elders of the Feng people, as the hope in the eyes of the people, don't you feel that you have failed? 3 days ago, I suggested to find Hua Wenchang and Hua Wu, but did you listen? Not only did you not listen, but you also said that you were inviting wolves into the house? Now think about it again. Isn't that ridiculous? Do you still remember what I said to you before I left? If we don't invite the father and daughter back, the Feng people will be finished sooner or later. Did you believe me? You didn't believe me either. But what about now? Tell me, how far are the Feng people from being finished? Look at all of you. All of you are selfish and only think about yourselves. You don't think about the future of the Feng people at all. You don't think about the safety of the people. You still have the face to call yourselves virtuous and respected. Yes. I admit that I was selfish too. When Feng Hu snatched the inheritance, I didn't speak up for Hua Wu. But now, I know that I was wrong. But what about you? You're still stubborn even now. Do you really have to wait until the day the Feng people are finished before you come to your senses? Aren't you afraid of becoming the sinners of the Feng people? The white-haired old man shouted angrily. He was heartbroken. Such a powerful Feng people had been tormented to such a state. It was really a joke. Everyone lowered their heads. Their faces were filled with pain. Actually, when I think about it, this matter was originally Feng Hu's fault. Fire Dance, this child, has always been silently suffering grievances. If Feng Hu hadn't given the Frost Sparrow sword to Bing Changtian and his daughter, which crossed her bottom line, I'm afraid this child wouldn't have done anything rebellious. Yes. She hasn't done anything wrong. We are the ones at fault. So now, we only have ourselves to blame for everything. We can't blame anyone else. The white-haired old woman sighed deeply. That's right. We can only blame ourselves for being too selfish. But now, it's not too late to make up for it. As long as we sincerely repent, I believe this child will forgive us. Hua Dahong, you have to find her. No matter what, you have to bring her and her father back because they are the only hope of the Feng people now. The white-haired old man looked at Hua Dahong and said in a deep voice. Hua Dahong struggled for a moment and sighed softly. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll go, but I can't guarantee it. After all, what we did this time really hurt Wu Er's heart. Just do your best. But we also have to be prepared for the worst." Judging from Longqin's attitude, the dragons definitely have no room for negotiation. It's imperative that they take over our clan's land. So, we still have to be thick-skinned and find the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, the Little Rabbit, and the Kirin clan. Let's see if we can ask them to give us a place to stay temporarily. The white-haired old man said. I agree. The white-haired old woman nodded. Because at this point, there was no better way. Although this was a very embarrassing thing, they couldn't care less about it now. Besides, the Feng people were like stray dogs now. Did they still have any dignity to speak of? No one has any objections, right? The white-haired old man glanced at the group of old antiques. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads in the end. Then let's split up. As the white-haired old man waved his hand, the group of old antiques either opened a spacetime passage or activated a spacetime teleportation divine artifact and quickly left. Sigh. I hope the Feng people can successfully survive this calamity. After the group of people left, the white-haired old man turned to look at the white-haired old woman and shook his head and sighed deeply. We will. The white-haired old woman smiled comfortingly. But would it really happen? She didn't have the confidence herself. This was just a sentence to comfort the people around her. Chapter 39-24. In the evening. Qilin Holy Land. Dad, someone is looking for you outside. A young man in a purple robe quickly walked into a large hall. He looked at a middle-aged man sitting at the front of the hall and said, "Looking for me?" The middle-aged man was stunned. Yes. The young man in purple nodded. Who is it? The middle-aged man was suspicious. It seems to be someone from the Ice Phoenix clan. The young man in purple pursed his lips, as if he was extremely disdainful of the Ice Phoenix clan. Ice Phoenix clan, the middle-aged man murmured and asked, where are they now? Just outside the exit. The young man in purple said. Okay. I'll go take a look. The middle-aged man nodded, got up and walked outside. I'll go too. The young man in purple hurriedly followed. This father and son pair was Qi Xiong and Qi Yu. Very soon, the father and son came to the exit of the Chilean Holy Land and saw two figures standing above the glacier outside. When Qi Xiong saw the two of them, his eyes flashed slightly, and he smiled faintly. So it's the two old seniors of the Ice Phoenix clan, sorry for the disrespect. As a reclusive old antique of the Feng people, his seniority was naturally above Qi Xiong. However, Qi Xiong would no longer be as polite to the current Feng people as before. Although he called them old seniors, his words were full of disdain. And this disdain was also seen in the eyes of the two people of the Ice Phoenix clan, but they did not dare to say anything. If it was in the past, if Qi Xiong dared to have such an attitude, he would definitely fly into a rage on the spot. But now, the Feng people were no longer the same as before. Even if Qi Xiong rode on their heads and behaved atrociously, they could only endure it. After sorting out their feelings, the two of them also smiled and greeted Qi Xiong, saying, "Brother Qi Xiong, long time no see, you're in good spirit." It's fine, it's fine." Qi Xiong waved his hand and smiled, saying suspiciously, "Why are the two of you here? Brother Qi Xiong, aren't you asking the obvious?" The two of them shook their heads and sighed. Qi Xiong's eyes flashed and he smiled, "I really don't know, please enlighten me." "Dad. Is there a need to say it? They must be here to seek asylum." Qi Yu, who was standing below, glanced at the two of them. Did the two of them hear that? Their faces turned green and red at the same time. Even a junior like this dared to humiliate them in front of their faces? Don't be rude." Qi Xiong raised his eyebrows and glared at Qi Yu. Then, he turned to look at the two ice phoenixes. He smiled apologetically and said, "My son is naughty. Please forgive me. I'm fine. Your son is also a true man." The two waved their hands and laughed. How frustrating. They clearly knew that the other party was mocking them. But he couldn't get angry. He even had to flatter her. If it was in the past, how could he endure such vexation? Qi Xiong smiled and said, "Then tell me, why are the two of you looking for me? What are you trying to do? I won't hide it from you, little brother. We really are here to ask for help." The two of them sighed. As expected. When Qi Yu heard this, a sneer crept up on his face. Qi Xiong's eyes twinkled as he asked, "Aren't the Feng people doing well now? Why are you asking for help?" These words were a little sarcastic. Feng who had died. The sovereign divine weapon had also left with Hua Wenchang and his daughter. How could the Feng people be doing well? But the two of them were still not angry. "Brother, you don't know. Although Feng who has died, Hua Wu, that traitor, she also took away all the sovereign divine weapons. But during this period, the Feng people have been relatively calm. But it was just today. The people of Longqin came to the Feng people and said that they want our land. They asked us to move out of the Feng people within 3 days. Don't you think that they are bullying us?" The two of them said angrily. "What? The dragons want to occupy your land?" Qi Xiong was stunned. Qi Yu's face was also filled with shock. They really didn't know about this. Because Longqin went to the phoenix nest alone during the day? And there were no outsiders present at that time, so the news hadn't spread. Yes. The two of them nodded. How is this possible? No matter how unreasonable they are, they can't occupy other people's land. Did you do something to offend the dragons? Qi Xiong frowned. "Brother, do you think we are stupid? The brother and sister who are guarding the dragons now are even more terrifying than the Dragon King. No matter how bold the Feng people are, we don't dare to offend them." The two of them smiled bitterly. "Then why?" Qi Xiong was puzzled. One of the old antiques sighed and said, "You should have heard that Madman Mo wants to occupy the dragon nest, right?" "Yes." Qi Xiong nodded and said with a frown, "Do you mean that Longqin occupying the phoenix nest has something to do with this?" "Of course. Madman Mo asked the dragons to leave the dragon nest, so the dragons will definitely choose another land. So, the dragons have their eyes on the phoenix nest." The two of them said with righteous indignation. "Why would they target you?" Qi Xiong was puzzled. Qi Yu walked to Qi Xiong's side and mocked without hiding it, "Father, you are really smart but stupid at this time. The dragons will target the Feng people. It must be because the Feng people are too weak now. Without Feng Hu, without the sovereign divine weapon, the Feng people were already at the bottom of the sky cloud realm. If they didn't bully them, who would they bully? Qi Xiong's heart trembled. This was really hitting a dog when it was down. However, even if he was a selfish person, he couldn't help but want to say that they deserved it. The Feng people's current sorry state was completely their own fault. If these people had treated Hua Wenchang and his daughter better in the beginning, would the Feng people have reached this point? No. Because as long as Fire Dance was in the Feng people, even if Feng Hu fell, the Feng people's current status would not change. Maybe they were even stronger than when Feng Hu was here. The reason was simple. Fire Dance's relationship with Qin Feiyang and the others was too good. And she was still lovers with the golden-winged Wolf King. With this relationship, the Feng people would definitely be able to get the support of Qin Feiyang and the others. In the current Sky Cloud realm, who would dare to ignore Qin Feiyang and the others? A casual word from them could keep the Feng people peaceful forever. Naturally, they would not be bullied by the dragons now. Faced with Qi Yu's repeated insults, the two old antiques from the Ice Dragon clan tried their best to endure it. They looked at Qi Xiong and pleaded, "Brother, no matter what, please lend a helping hand in this matter. After all, the relationship between our two clans has always been good. The other party is the dragons. What can I help you with?" Qi Xiong shook his head and sighed. The strength of Long Chen and Long Qin was obvious to all. Even the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom were not their opponents. Who would dare to provoke them? As for the relationship between the Feng people and the Qilin clan, it was a joke. Who didn't know that the three clans all had their own ulterior motives? Of course we don't dare to ask Brother Qi Xiong to look for the dragons. We only hope that the Qilin clan can give the Feng people a place to stay in the Death Glacier. Their faces were full of pleading. Are you really planning to give up the Phoenix Nest? Qi Xiong was stunned. What else can we do? Long Qin has already said that if we don't leave the Phoenix Nest in 3 days, the Feng people will be annihilated. The two sighed. I don't dare to doubt Long Qin's words. After all, she has the strength to do so. Qi Xiong nodded. Yes. 3 ultimate profundities and a mid-level sovereign weapon. Who dares to go against her? The two felt helpless. How did they provoke these fiends? You should look for my nephew, Qi Xiaoyun, right? After all, he is the one who can make the decisions for the Qilin clan now. Qi Xiong frowned. At the mention of Qi Xiaoyun, both Qi Xiong and Qi Yu had a displeased expression. We've thought about it. But after considering his relationship with Qin Feiyang, we don't want to take the risk. We still want to ask for your help. After all, you have a high status in the Qilin clan. You should be able to make the decision for such a small matter. Moreover, we promise that so long as you agree, the Ice Phoenix clan will follow your lead in the future. Qi Xiong was stunned. When Qi Xiong heard this, he was stunned. Was he pledging loyalty to him? The two old antiques glanced at the father and son duo and said, "We all know about the grudges between you two and Qin Feiyang's group. We also hate them. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Moreover, if we join forces, our chances of success will definitely be greater. Moreover, for brother, there won't be any losses." When Qi Xiong heard this, he could not help being tempted. "Father, we only need to find a place for them in the Death Glacier to gain the support of the Ice Phoenix clan. This is indeed a good thing. Moreover, haven't you always wanted to fight for power with Qi Xiaoyun? If we want to fight for power with him, we need a faction of our own." Qi Yu transmitted. Qi Xiong was tempted. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The four were alarmed. They hurriedly looked down and saw an old man standing below. It was the old man with the white beard. Why is this damned old man here? Has he been monitoring our movements? Qi Yu was bewildered. Qi Xiong's heart trembled. Monitoring their movements? If that was the case, it was definitely Qi Xiaoyun's idea. In other words, Qi Xiaoyun was already wary of them. At that thought, Qi Xiong's scalp went numb. Leave. The Feng people's matter has nothing to do with the Qilin clan. Moreover, the Death Glacier is too small. We can't accommodate so many people from the Feng people. The old man glanced at Qi Xiong and his son before looking at the two old fogies. Old man, the two old fogies turned pale with fright. There's no need to say anything. Don't ever come to the Qilin sacred ground again. The old man waved his hand. The two old fogies then looked at Qi Xiong. Qi Xiong frowned. The old man said coldly, "Don't look at him. He can't make the decision. Leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about our old friendship." Qi Xiong clenched his fists. Was he really treating Qi Shaoyun as the master of the Qilin sacred ground? Fine. You win. The two old fogies were also furious. They turned and left angrily after saying that. They had shamelessly come here to ask for help, but they were treated like this. How hateful. After the two old fogies left, the old man looked at Qi Xiong and his son with an unsightly expression. Don't you know that the Feng people are trying to drag us down? Old man, don't be angry. My father didn't agree to it. Qi Yu smiled awkwardly. Chapter 39-25. The white-bearded old man looked at Qi Yu and shook his head. Forget about it. The only reason Shaoyun has been giving in to you and tolerating you is because we are brothers. Did they think he was an old fool? Who couldn't see through the schemes in their hearts? Yes, yes, yes. Qi Yu nodded repeatedly. Nonsense. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Take care of yourselves. Don't end up like Bing Changtian and his daughter. The white-bearded old man left behind a meaningful sentence, then turned around and left without looking back. He's too arrogant. What right does an outsider have to lecture us? Qi Yu was infuriated. Qi Xiong stared at the white-bearded old man's back with boundless hatred in his eyes. Deep in the forest, inside a tea garden, Qi Shaoyun was pruning the leaves of the tea trees in the garden. His white clothes were spotless, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like the son of a god, emanating an ethereal aura. A woman in red was accompanying him at all times. She was Qi Shaoyun's personal maid, Xiao Ying. Young master, what time is it now? Why are you still in the mood to do such useless things? Xiao Ying looked at Qi Shaoyun with dissatisfaction. Everyone else was cultivating diligently, trying their best to increase their strength. Yet, this person was still as carefree as ever. He did not seem nervous at all. You don't understand, do you? Everyone has their own cultivation method. Qi Shaoyun smiled calmly. Don't tell me you're cultivating right now. Xiao Ying was speechless. Silly girl, you don't have to lock yourself up to cultivate. You can walk around more, see more, and maintain a calm state of mind. Perhaps you can find an opportunity to enter an epiphany. Epiphany is the fastest way to increase one's strength. Qi Shaoyun shook his head. Yes. I won't deny that. But you've been busy for so long, yet you haven't entered an epiphany. Xiao Ying pouted. If it's so easy to enter an epiphany, wouldn't everyone in the world have grasped the ultimate profundity of a supreme law? Accompanied by a hoarse laugh, the white-bearded old man stepped through the air and landed in the tea garden. Teacher, you're back. Qi Shaoyun turned to look at the white-bearded old man. Yes. The white-bearded old man nodded. How are the father and son doing these days? Qi Shaoyun asked with a smile. Not so good. The white-bearded old man shook his head and recounted what he had seen and heard in detail. What? They actually want to collude with the Ice Phoenix clan? Little Ying raised his eyebrows. Qi Shaoyun remained calm as he continued pruning the leaves. Shaoyun, what do you think? The white-bearded old man asked. Not long after the lunatic went to the dragon's nest, the dragons began to target the Feng people. Obviously, this matter must be related to the lunatic. We can't casually interfere in matters related to this madman. We'll talk about it later. The Feng people have only themselves to blame for their current situation. They don't deserve any sympathy. Qi Shaoyun shook his head. This old man thinks so too, but Qi Xiong and his son, the white-bearded old man frowned. He had a feeling that there were two hidden dangers. Qi Shaoyun smiled and said, our Qilin race can no longer endure any turmoil. All hidden dangers must be nipped in the bud. Little Ying looked at Qi Xiaoyun in astonishment. He could decide a person's life and death just by talking and laughing. Was this still the young master she used to know? On the other side, the people who had gone to look for Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and the little rabbit were all rejected and returned in disappointment. When they returned to the Feng people and reported the situation to the white-haired old man and the white-bearded old woman, the two felt helpless. They could only pray that Hu Dahong would be able to find something. However, on the evening of the second day, Hu Dahong returned. He was not happy at all. Instead, he was furious. Their eyelids twitched when they saw Hu Dahong's expression, but they still held a trace of hope. The white-haired old woman asked, "How did it go? Let alone help, I didn't even see them." Hu Dahong said angrily. "Why?" Everyone was puzzled. Hu Dahong said angrily, "We don't even know where they are now." Then go look for the Devil Palace. With the relationship between the three giants of the Devil Palace and them, they definitely know where they are. The white-bearded old man frowned. "Of course I know where to look for them. And for the past 2 days, I've been begging them at the Devil Palace. But no matter how much I begged, they didn't reveal the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the others. If it weren't for the sovereign divine weapon, I would have razed the Devil Palace to the ground." Hu Dahong was furious. When the white-haired old woman heard this, her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly said, "Don't do that. With the relationship between the Devil Palace and Qin Feiyang and the others, if you really do that, it will definitely bring disaster to the Feng people." "I know." Hu Dahong waved his hand and looked at everyone. "Then what should we do now? What else can we do? We can only leave the Feng people first and think of a way." The white-bearded old man sighed. "Wait." Suddenly, the white-haired old woman looked at Hu Dahong and asked, "Did you contact Fire Dance directly?" "Yes." "Fire Dance, Wenchang, Zihue, I tried to send a message to them, but none of them responded to me. What a bunch of unfilial children." Hu Dahong was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. "Sigh. It seems that they want to completely cut off their relationship with us, then arrange for our clansmen to retreat first." The white-haired old woman sighed. "Where to?" the white-haired old man asked. "Land of the buried gods." The white-haired old woman struggled for a moment before spitting out these 4 words with difficulty. Her voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. "Land of the buried gods. Core area." When Madman returned that day, he informed Qin Feiyang about Long Chen's return. But the key point was, Pei Dason had been monitoring the outside, but he did not see the princess of the Divine Kingdom appear. Therefore, it could be seen that the princess of the Divine Kingdom did not return with Long Chen. As for Long Chen saying that he didn't know, it was purely bullshit. The Fire Python had seen it with his own eyes in the Nether King's hell. How could it be fake? Moreover, on the same day, Madman went to the Nether King's hell alone. Firstly, it was to confirm whether the princess of the Divine Kingdom was still in the Great Qin. Secondly, it was to transfer the blood demon race from the Nether King's hell. In fact, Qin Feiyang was opposed to transferring the blood demon race. How should he put it? The blood demon race's overall strength was too weak. Bringing them to the Sky Cloud Realm might not be a good thing. After all, the Sky Cloud Realm was facing a strong enemy, the Divine Kingdom. It was safer for the blood demon race to stay in the Nether King's hell. But Madman also had his own ideas. The sooner he brought the blood demon race to the Sky Cloud Realm, the sooner he could get rid of the shackles of the Nether King's hell. In other words, in the future, the cultivation of the blood demon race would not be limited to the Perfection 9 Heavens realm. Regarding this, Qin Feiyang did not say much. Because Madman was the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. It was his right and freedom to arrange the Blood Demon race. Moreover, according to Madman, King Yu, Big Shui, and the others were also eager to return to the Sky Cloud Realm after learning about the history of the Blood Demon race. Even King Yu and the others wanted to return to the Sky Cloud Realm. As an outsider, it was naturally not good for him to interfere too much. 3 days passed. Madman arrived in the sky above the dragon nest as expected. The dragons had already left, not leaving behind a single crystal vein. It was empty. Moreover, The barrier of the heavenly godsword had also disappeared. The entire core area was filled with a layer of yin demon power. The flowers, plants, and trees had all decayed under the erosion of the yin demon power. It was like a purgatory of death. However, all of this did not affect the blood demon race much. Because like madmen, the yin demon power was also helpful to their cultivation. However, the yin demon power was far more terrifying than the evil power. With their current cultivation, they were still unable to absorb and refine it without restraint. Therefore, after Madman arrived at the dragon nest, he once again set up a barrier to isolate the yin demon power. Only a small amount of yin demon power was left, allowing the blood demon race to slowly adapt. Returning to their ancestral homeland, King Yu and the others were also filled with emotion. They never thought that the blood demon race would have such a glorious moment. Even more so, they never thought that the blood demon race was once the overlord of the Sky Cloud realm. After settling everything, Madman gave King Yu some instructions and left the yin demon land. The dragons had also entered the phoenix nest. They officially changed the name to Dragon Nest and announced to the outside world that the Death Glacier would be the dragon's home in the future. Black Tortoise Realm. Seeing Madman return, Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Now, your wish has been fulfilled." En. Madman nodded with a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Qin Feiyang asked, "The imprints of the creatures of the Nether King's hell have been removed, right?" "Of course. Moreover, the remaining evil power of the Nether King's hell has been absorbed by me. Now, the creatures of the Nether King's hell are the same as us, able to absorb essence to cultivate." Madman nodded. "What about the blood demon race?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Their imprints have also been removed. However, this will not affect their ability to absorb the evil power. On the contrary, not only can they absorb the evil power, but they can also absorb the essence of heaven and earth. It's just that in the future, they will no longer be able to borrow the power of the source of all evil. It can be said that there are gains and losses." Madman sighed. "They were able to borrow the power of the source of all evil before you merged with it. Now that you have merged with it, they shouldn't be able to borrow this power even if they want to." Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "That's right." Madman nodded. "The yin demon power of the yin demon land isn't endless. In the past, it was because no one could absorb it that the yin demon power existed. Now, with the return of the blood demon race, won't they sooner or later absorb all the yin demon power?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "That's for sure. However, I also have a hunch that the blood demon race will be like me in the end. After the evil power and the yin demon power merge, it will transform into the blood demon power. This can also strengthen their strength. As for the yin demon power, it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. In any case, they can now absorb the essence of heaven and earth and even refine soul stones. If they really want the evil power, it's very simple. Now that I control the source of all evil, I can control all the evil power. As long as I want, the evil power of the sky cloud boundary can gather in the yin demon land at any time. Moreover, I can also create an endless stream of evil power." Chapter 39-26. Amazing. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with admiration. Just as the Feather Emperor said, controlling the source of all evil was like a god controlling all evil. Moreover, the source of all evil wasn't a divine technique, law, or battle soul. Perhaps even Long Chen's god's domain couldn't suppress the source of all evil. Perhaps even the Eye of Heaven couldn't replicate it. What about the princess of the divine kingdom? Did you find her? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. She's really in the Great Qin. Although she's hiding her cultivation, I can see that she's at the small success sovereign realm. It seems like it's as you guessed. The 3 inheritances that she gave to Yun Xiang were forcefully taken from her body. The madman nodded. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. Why bother? The madman continued, however, I didn't disturb her, so she doesn't know that I went to the Great Qin. Then, did she acknowledge the people of the Qin clan? Qin Feiyang asked. From the conversation between her and your parents, it seems like she didn't acknowledge them. The madman shook his head and smiled. Right, the emperor of the Great Qin is no longer your father, but your younger brother, Qin Haotian. Is that true? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course it's true. However, according to what I heard, it seems that your father spent a lot of effort to let him inherit the throne. In the end, it seems that your parents sneaked out of the imperial capital and hid in a small place on the forgotten continent. They threw a lot of trouble in the imperial capital to him, forcing him to deal with the country's affairs. Later, when your parents returned to the imperial capital, they didn't discuss it with Qin Haotian and directly announced their abdication. Your younger brother was stunned on the spot, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The madman chuckled. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The other princes were all eagerly eyeing the throne, but this brat was different. He had to be swindled by his old father in order to force him to submit. Madman took out a jar of divine wine and moistened his throat before asking, "Then what's the situation with the Feng people?" "You'll have to ask Elder Hua. I asked him to send someone to keep an eye on the Feng people's movements." Qin Feiyang took out the divine sound transmission stone. Very soon, Elder Hua appeared. "Old man, how are the Feng people now?" Madman bared his teeth and asked. Just now, a subordinate came to report. After the Feng people left the phoenix nest, they ran to the land of buried gods. Elder Hua said. Ah! Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. These people were too bold. They even dared to go to the land of buried gods. Didn't they know that the land of buried gods was now the battlefield between the Sky Cloud realm and the Divine Kingdom? Would they have gone to the land of buried gods unless they had no other choice? Elder Hua shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Madman speechlessly and said, "Brat, don't you think that's a bit of a bad idea?" "They asked for it," Yi Zichen said. "I want to see how long they can last." Madman smiled disdainfully. "They can't hold on anymore. Hua Dahong personally came to the Demon Palace to ask about your whereabouts. His attitude is so humble that even this old man is a bit flattered." Elder Hua shook his head. "I'll have to talk to you about this." Madman seriously looked at Elder Hua and said, "Right now, you have us as your backers. It is only right for him to be humble before you." Ah! Elder Hua was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. It was really like the old saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Back then, the Demon Palace was the backing of Qin Feiyang and Madman. Now, Qin Feiyang and Madman had become the backing of the Demon Palace. This also reflected a principle: good people will be rewarded. If it wasn't for them helping Qin Feiyang and the others back then, how could they have their current status in the Sky Cloud realm? Even the dragons and killins had to be polite when they saw them now. Boom! Madman wanted to say something, but a terrifying aura suddenly appeared outside. Qin Feiyang and Madman quickly looked at the scene in front of them. The source of the aura came from the door of the Divine Kingdom. What's wrong? Elder Hua was surprised. Someone from the Divine Kingdom came. Let's talk later. Qin Feiyang replied and turned off the sound transmission god stone. This aura was a bit familiar. It seemed to be the purple-gold divine dragon that fought against the Blood Demon King. As the aura became more obvious and stronger, Qin Feiyang was finally sure that it was this person. At the same time, Madman also stared at the door of the Divine Kingdom. Although he hadn't officially seen this person with his own eyes, he could recognize this aura after he recovered his memories. Shua. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man walked out of the door of the Divine Kingdom. He wore a purple-gold robe and his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. As soon as he appeared, he shouted, "Madman Mo, get over here right now." His voice was like a bell that resounded in all directions. Ah! Qin Feiyang looked at Madman in shock and said, "He's here specifically for you." "Great, I also want to meet him. Let's see how much he's improved after all these years." Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. With a wave of his hand, Madman immediately appeared outside. He looked up at the middle-aged man and laughed. "Why are you looking for me?" The middle-aged man looked down at Madman. "He's actually hiding in the core area." Madman stepped out and landed in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Madman and muttered, "Apart from your looks, you really look like him." "Look like who?" Madman smiled playfully. Blood Demon King. The middle-aged man said word by word in a deep voice. Who are you to Blood Demon King? Madman suddenly realized and said jokingly, take a guess. This person must have learned of his methods from the mouth of the god race woman, so he came to the sky cloud realm to question him. From this, it could be seen. This person also hated his previous life's Blood Demon King to the extreme. Not interested. The middle-aged man shook his head. His eyes were aggressive. On the contrary, I'm very interested in you. Make your move. The geniuses of your divine kingdom have been challenging people of our sky cloud realm for half a year, not even letting off the older generation. Now, I'm going to challenge you, old bastard. Madman snickered. Courting death. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. Don't worry, I won't say you broke the agreement. Madman's face was full of provocation. Good. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Accompanied by the emergence of the law of space and time, a river of stars with the power to destroy the world poured down from the sky. Don't hold back. Take out your full strength. You can even take out your sovereign weapon. Madman laughed. The law of space and time, the law of destruction, the law of thunder, and the law of slaughter, the four ultimate mysteries were all activated in an instant. The aura of destruction suddenly roared in the sky above the core area. Sure enough, you have mastered the four ultimate mysteries. The middle-aged man was shocked. When he heard the words of the god race woman, he still didn't believe it. Four ultimate mysteries, even in the divine kingdom, would make one a peerless monster. How could such a small place like the sky cloud realm give birth to such a monster? But he didn't expect it to be true. Boom. Without hesitation. The law of death and the law of slaughter surged out. Two ultimate mysteries appeared in an instant. Three ultimate mysteries? This is your growth over the years. Even those geniuses of the god race are about to surpass you. What face do you have to call yourself an older generation figure of the divine kingdom? Moreover, you are a purple gold divine dragon. Aren't you shaming the purple gold divine dragon clan? The madman laughed loudly, and the four ultimate mysteries attacked. When the man of the divine kingdom heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy to the extreme. The three ultimate mysteries shattered the sky and attacked madly. Boom. In an instant. The seven ultimate mysteries met. A wave of apocalyptic energy instantly surged in the core region. Facing absolute suppression, the three ultimate mysteries of the man of the divine kingdom shattered on the spot, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Back then, the Blood Demon King actually died in the hands of trash like you. I really feel sorry for him. The madman laughed wildly, his face full of contempt. Who are you to the Blood Demon King? The man of the divine kingdom roared. Accompanied by a loud clang, a purple gold ancient palace appeared. It instantly grew to several hundred feet, like a mountain, emitting a monstrous divine aura. Looking at this sovereign weapon, the murderous intent in the madman's eyes intensified. Back then, it was this sovereign weapon that had heavily damaged the Blood Demon Tower. Roar. Accompanied by a beast-like roar, the madman's body surged with killing intent. In an instant, he turned into a giant. You, the man of the divine kingdom, stared at the madman, his eyes trembling violently. After transforming, the madman's aura was even more similar to the Blood Demon King's. Could he be a descendant of the Blood Demon race? Impossible. The Blood Demon race was almost wiped out in the Nether King's hell. Moreover, as far as he knew, the Blood Demon King didn't have any descendants. Shatter for me. The madman laughed, and the mark of all evil appeared between his eyebrows. The giant hand covered the sky and grabbed at the ancient palace. As a sovereign weapon, the ancient palace felt a great sense of danger. Was this an illusion? Even the Blood Demon race couldn't pose a threat to a sovereign weapon, but soon, it knew what regret was. The madman's giant hand fell and grabbed it. The power of the source of all evil surged out. The first to be heavily injured was the artifact spirit, and it screamed on the spot. The source of all evil's power was all-pervasive as it crazily strangled the artifact spirit. What kind of power is this? The artifact spirit controlled its body and frantically struggled. However, no matter how hard it tried, It couldn't escape from the madman's palm. Even though it's a pity to destroy a sovereign weapon, you deserved to die. The madman smiled sinisterly, and his strength erupted without holding back. The ancient palace began to shatter. No, the artifact spirit roared. An aura of death shrouded over. How is this possible? This power is actually so similar to the power of the god race's mark. The middle-aged man was shocked. He activated his 3 ultimate profound and charged at the madman, trying to save the ancient palace. However, the madman didn't care about this at all. He raised his other arm and punched out. The source of all evil's power surged. With a loud bang, 2 of the 3 ultimate profound meanings were the ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. However, they couldn't withstand the power of the madman's punch at all and shattered on the spot. It was simply unstoppable. Chapter 39:27. It's really the same as the god race's mark. The middle-aged man's eyes trembled. What kind of power was this? How could it be so powerful? No, at the same time. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the ancient palace in the madman's hand was completely shattered, and the artifact spirit was also annihilated. A sovereign-level divine weapon was destroyed just like that. This scene was simply too shocking. Qin Fei Yang, who was standing in the Black Tortoise realm, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Was this the madman's current strength? There was no suspense. This guy was definitely the strongest person in the Sky Cloud realm. Just by relying on means alone, without the sovereign-level divine weapon, even Long Qin couldn't be the madman's opponent. If the 2 of you fought, who would be stronger? At this time, a voice sounded from the side. Qin Fei Yang and Pei Dason were taken aback. They turned their heads and saw Fire Dance standing beside them. When did you come? I've been here for a while, but you were too engrossed in the battle and didn't notice me. Fire Dance shook her head and smiled. However, this battle was indeed exciting. To be honest, Pei Dason pondered for a moment, looked at Fire Dance and said seriously, I think the young master is still better. After all, the young master has 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Heaven. The madman also has a blood eye. Fire Dance frowned. So what if it's a blood eye? It's useless against 3,000 incarnations. Pei Dason smiled proudly. That's true. Fire Dance nodded. Although the blood eye had the ability to petrify, facing Qin Fei Yang's cultivation, it still needed a process. In other words, it couldn't be petrified instantly. As long as it couldn't be petrified instantly, Qin Fei Yang could have 3,000 incarnations. The root of all evil's power was indeed powerful, able to suppress ultimate profound. However, what if it was 3,000 ultimate profound, or even 6,000 ultimate profound, or even 9,000 ultimate profound? Any kind of power had a limit. You could crush 1 ultimate profound, but it didn't mean that you could crush 10, 100, or even 1,000 ultimate profound. Anyway, no matter what, they are all monsters. Pei Dason smiled bitterly. The white-eyed wolf had deprived him of his cultivation base, his fighting soul, and his laws. The mad scientist controlled the source of all evil and possessed power that surpassed the ultimate profound. Moreover, he also had a terrifying fighting soul, the blood eye. Qin Fei Yang, 3,000 incarnations, the Eye of Heaven, and the laws of life. There was also Long Chen, who possessed a domain of divinity and an intermediate dominator divine armament. Furthermore, his strength was currently unfathomable. Of these 4, any one of them was an existence that made people tremble in fear. I agree with that. Fire Dance nodded. It's so stressful to be with these monsters. You guys are too imaginative. I don't know about Long Chen, but between senior brother Fengzi and the white-eyed wolf, we will never be able to fight, so there is no such thing as who is stronger and who is weaker. Qin Fei Yang looked at the 2 of them speechlessly, then continued to look at the battlefield outside. The sovereign weapon, Gu Palace, was enough to declare the destruction of both its soul and body. With the destruction of Gu Palace, the hatred on the mad scientist's shoulders seemed to have lessened by a lot. The obsession left behind in his previous life was this person in front of him and this sovereign weapon. As long as he could kill this person and destroy this sovereign weapon, he could finally give an explanation to his clansmen who died in the battle back then. At the same time, it was also an explanation to his previous life, the Blood Demon King. Terrifying, it's really too terrifying. The man from the Divine Kingdom turned pale. He originally thought that the Blood Demon clan had been wiped out back then, but he didn't expect that such a terrifying young man still existed in this world. He was many times stronger than the Blood Demon King back then. Whoosh! Suddenly, he turned around abruptly and rushed toward the door of the Divine Kingdom without looking back. Ji-Yun-hai, are you trying to escape? The mad scientist asked. What? The man from the Divine Kingdom's eyes trembled. He turned his head and stared at the mad scientist in shock. How do you know my name? Because I have fused with the Blood Demon King's memories and inheritance. I know everything about you like the back of my hand. Pay the price for the slaughter you committed back then. Madman used the spectre ghost steps. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared in front of Ji-Yun-hai and punched out. Ji-Yun-hai's eyes trembled. Could it be that this person's aura was so familiar? It turned out that he had fused with the Blood Demon King's memories and inheritance. In other words, this person was now the incarnation of the Blood Demon King. Blood Demon King, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, Ji-Yun-hai transformed into his original body. A huge dragon appeared in the sky. The scene that happened in the underworld was replayed once again. A huge giant against a huge dragon. The two behemoths collided crazily. For the mad scientist who had recovered the memories of his previous life, this scene was too familiar. He would never forget it. Similarly, it also made him recall the scene of countless creatures dying in despair in the underworld. Your sins are monstrous. Even if you die today, it will be difficult to atone for your sins, the mad scientist roared. The power of the source of all evil destroyed everything. Ridiculous. The strong preys on the weak. Don't you understand this logic? Ji-Yun-hai also let out a furious roar. No matter if it was an ultimate profound or a supreme profound, no matter if it was the first profound or the fifth profound, all of them were activated at once. They emitted a destructive aura as they charged towards Madman. Rumble. A deafening explosion occurred in the core region. The terrifying battle fluctuations crazily rushed towards the inner region, the middle region, and the border region. Wherever it went, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Finally, this fluctuation rushed out of the Yin Demon Land and spread across the sky of the eastern and northern continents. It was like the might of the heavens, shocking countless creatures. What's going on? What a powerful fluctuation. It seems to be from the land of buried gods. That's right. It's from the land of buried gods. Wait. This seems to be the mad scientist's aura. The other aura feels like, right, the purple gold divine dragon. The mad scientist is fighting with the Divine Kingdom's purple gold divine dragon? Such a terrifying fluctuation. How fierce is this battle? Everyone looked at the land of buried gods from afar. There was a trace of excitement in their eyes, but there was also a trace of worry. The mad scientist's strength was obvious to all. To be able to fight with the mad scientist like this, the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. However, the unluckiest ones were the Feng people. They had just moved to the land of buried gods and had yet to set up camp in the border region when the battle in the core region broke out. They had already sensed it the moment the mad scientist and Ji-Yun-hai fought. They originally thought that the battle fluctuations would not affect the border region. After all, the land of buried gods was very big. But they never expected that such a terrifying fluctuation would erupt in the end. The older generation of the Feng people were still fine. After all, they were so far away and could barely withstand the battle fluctuations. But the young people of the Feng people were almost instantly injured. They had no choice. The older generation of the Feng people once again led their people and ran outside as if they were fleeing for their lives. They were really like a rat crossing the street. In a sorry state and pitiful state. The core region. The wind whistled and waves of air surged. At the center of the battlefield. The mad scientist was like a demon king, his aura swallowing heaven and earth. His fist shattered all the profound laws and directly smashed towards Ji-Yun-hai's head. This is the difference between you and me. Go repent in hell. The mad scientist smiled coldly. Seeing that mountain-like giant about to land on Ji Yunhai's head, Ji Yunhai suddenly smiled sinisterly. The one who is going to hell is not me, it's you. Boom. As his voice fell, a destructive aura rushed out from Ji Yunhai's dragon body. Self-destruction. You left your divine soul in the divine kingdom? The mad scientist raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, how would this person dare to self-destruct? Go to hell. Ji Yunhai's face revealed an extremely terrifying malevolence. His physical body instantly exploded in the void, and a wave of world-destroying power surged out like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged out in all directions. The mark of all evil between the mad scientist's eyebrows erupted with dazzling blood light. It seemed like he was preparing to face this fluctuation head-on. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang and Fire Dance appeared. Fire Dance waved her hand, and 11 sovereign divine weapons appeared. They immediately condensed into a huge barrier that enveloped the mad scientist. The mad scientist was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Dance with displeasure and said, "Aren't you two meddling in other people's business? Good intentions don't get rewarded." Fire Dance raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. "I know you're very strong now, but there's no need to take such a risk." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You finally admit that I'm stronger than you now?" The mad scientist laughed proudly. "Shameless." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He looked up at the Divine Kingdom's gate with a regretful expression. It was a pity that Ji Yunhai left his divine soul in the Divine Kingdom. Otherwise, the ending would be perfect. No need to feel regretful. If I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time in the future. Let's talk about it later. His sovereign divine weapon has been destroyed. I've collected some interest. The mad scientist laughed. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "You said that his name is Ji Yunhai?" "Yes. That's the surname of the purple gold divine dragon." The mad scientist nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and asked suspiciously, "Then is the surname Jiang the surname of the god race?" "How would I know? The last time, the god race didn't appear at all. However, the god race really can't be underestimated. Even the purple gold divine dragon race wouldn't be their match without 3,000 incarnations." The mad scientist said solemnly. "I think so too." Qin Feiyang nodded. The power of the god race's mark was too terrifying. It was exactly the same as the mad scientist's mark of all evil. Fire Dance thought for a moment and looked at the mad scientist suspiciously. Then, in the Divine Kingdom, other than the God race and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race, are there any other races? There must be. There are also humans in the Divine Kingdom. I've already inquired about the first 10 prodigies that appeared. Other than the so-called Ryuko, the other 9 should be human prodigies of the Divine Kingdom. The mad scientist said. Hearing this, Fire Dance pondered for a moment and smiled. It seems that the status of humans in the Divine Kingdom is inferior to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. Because at that time, the 9 human prodigies were very respectful to Ryuko. You're still worried about their situation? Back then, it was these damned people who crazily invaded our Sky Cloud realm with the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. The mad scientist snorted coldly. I'm not worried about their situation. I'm just a little curious about the situation of the Divine Kingdom. Fire Dance shook her head and smiled. Chapter 39:28. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. When Qin Feiyang and Madman heard Fire Dance's words, they immediately looked up at the gate of the Divine Kingdom, their eyes flickering. Don't let your imagination run wild. After being together for so long, Fire Dance had already figured out the characters of Qin Feiyang and Madman. Looking at the eyes of the two, she knew that these two guys must be thinking about the Divine Kingdom. Don't say it. I really want to go to the Divine Kingdom to take a look. Qin Feiyang chuckled. As expected of brothers, we all think of the same thing. Madman smiled slyly. As expected. Fire Dance rolled her eyes. I had this idea before, but at that time, you and White-Eyed Wolf hadn't come out of seclusion, so I wasn't confident. But now, I think we can give it a try. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and said. When Fire Dance heard this, she hurriedly said, Hey, 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 don't take it seriously. But the two turned a deaf ear and discussed enthusiastically. Just us and Brother Wolf shouldn't be enough. How about we call Long Chen and Long Qin? Madman smiled slyly. Good idea. Dragging the siblings into the water is tantamount to tying up the ice dragon. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. If anything happens to the siblings in the Divine Kingdom, I don't believe that Ice Dragon will sit back and do nothing. It's best to call that mysterious young man as well. That guy's strength is unfathomable. He will definitely be of great help. Makes sense. But where can we find this young man now? What's so difficult about this? With our current status in the Sky Cloud realm, we just need to casually give an order, and the people of the 4 continents will help us find him. Listening to the conversation between the two, Fire Dance couldn't help but rub her forehead. Why was it so troublesome? Wasn't he comfortable staying in the Sky Cloud realm to defend? Why did he have to go to the Divine Kingdom to take this risk? Besides, would the Lord of the Divine Kingdom let you enter the Divine Kingdom? Don't joke around. A person like the King of the Divine Kingdom would only allow himself to invade other continents, but would never allow anyone to invade his territory. Madman suddenly looked up at Fire Dance and asked, "Why are you still here?" Fire Dance was stunned. What did he mean by that? She had been standing by the side the whole time, didn't she see? He dared to treat her as heir. What I mean is that the Foam people are in the land of buried gods. Aren't you going to see them? The madman smirked. My love has not overflowed to the point of sympathizing with those who once hurt me. Fire Dance coldly snorted. She also knew about the Foam people's current situation. When Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist sent a message to Elder Hua, she was watching from the tea garden. Ah! Madman looked at Fire Dance in surprise. Now, this woman's performance really made people look at her in a new light. Anyway, for now, I have to help keep an eye on you. Don't do anything stupid. Fire Dance said expressionlessly. What do you know? We can't beat the Divine Kingdom if we keep passively defending like this. Because if you drive away a group of people, they will soon send another group. So, we have to find a way to take the initiative to attack. Madman rolled his eyes at her. But we can't just charge into the Divine Kingdom. Fire Dance angrily glared at Madman, then thought for a moment and said, "If you want to go, fine, but let me tell you, don't drag my husband into it. You haven't even married yet, and you're already talking about my husband. Woman, I think it's better to be reserved." Madman looked at Fire Dance playfully, causing her face to turn red. Don't worry. If we want to go, we will definitely plan it well. Besides, White-Eyed Wolf is still on Sky Cloud Island, and we don't know when he will come back. Qin Feiyang smiled. After all this time, you still want to drag him into it? Fire Dance frowned. Nonsense. We are brothers, we will share blessings and misfortunes. Let's talk about it later. When Brother Wolf knows about this, will he still need us to instigate him? At that time, I'm afraid he will run faster than us. Madman said sneakily. Sigh. I can only say that he is careless in making friends. Fire Dance sighed helplessly. You are just jealous of the friendship between us brothers. Madman laughed loudly. I'm jealous, so what? Anyway, he has a family now. Shouldn't you think about me, his family? Fire Dance immediately pouted in a fit of pique. Don't worry about this. I will never let you be a widow. Madman bared his teeth. Damn Madman, what are you talking about? Fire Dance gnashed her teeth in anger. Still embarrassed? Brother Wolf already said that you guys have already. That, Madman pursed his lips. What? Fire Dance was suspicious. We are all on the same side, what is there to hide? It's nothing more than that between men and women. Madman despised. Fire Dance's cheeks turned red again, and she said angrily, how can there be such a thing? He is talking nonsense. Huh? Madman and Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Dance in astonishment. Really? We are still, in a very pure relationship. Fire Dance lowered her head, blushed, and said embarrassedly. It can't be. That damn wolf cub lied to us. Qin Feiyang and Madman frowned. Fire Dance asked suspiciously, when did he say that to you? Madman said, "It was when he gave you the inheritance of the law of fire in the Skybell divine treasury. No wonder you said so many strange things at that time, about having a child early, about growing old together, so." Fire Dance was furious when she heard that. This bastard actually dared to talk nonsense outside. Wasn't this ruining her reputation? Qin Feiyang and Madman were still fine because they were on the same side, but if outsiders knew about it, how would they talk about her? Qin Feiyang looked at the angry Fire Dance and said angrily, "This bastard is really too much. Not only did he ruin your reputation, but he also deceived us. Senior brother, let's go to Sky Cloud Island to settle the score with him now." "Okay." Madman nodded. Don't. Seeing this, Fire Dance hurriedly stopped the two and said with concern, "Maybe he is in seclusion now. It's better not to disturb him." "Aren't you angry? We will help you teach him a lesson." Madman frowned. "I'm not angry. Besides, he is doing it for my own good. After all, if he didn't say that, you wouldn't have given me the inheritance of the law of fire. As for deceiving you, I apologize to you on his behalf." "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry," Fire Dance said apologetically. "Haha," Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. "What?" Fire Dance looked at the two suspiciously. "Do you really think we are going to settle the score with him?" "I'm just teasing you. I just want to see your reaction. But it seems that you really care about him." "I'm glad," the two said with a smile. Fire Dance was stunned for a moment and suddenly burned with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, You are two bastards. This is too much. I'm leaving. Don't stop me." After saying that, she put away the sovereign divine weapon and left in a fit of anger. "Bye, I won't send you off." Madman waved his hand lazily and grinned. Fire Dance's expression froze. What kind of people were these? It was fine if they didn't stop her, but they actually said goodbye. Bastards, really bastards. She walked out of the inner area with a stomach full of anger. She can't be really angry, right? Madman was stunned. He thought that she was just angry, but he didn't expect it to be true. If the white-eyed wolf knew that they drove his wife away, wouldn't he kill them? She is not so careful. She just wants to give herself a way out. She wants to see the people of Feng people. You really don't care? Impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So that's how it is. You scared me. Madman patted his chest and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, You know how to read people's minds. Do you still need to figure it out? Just think about it from another perspective. With Fire Dance's personality, even if the Feng people don't treat her well, she won't be at ease. Besides, now that the culprits, Feng Hu and Bing Changtian, have died, and Bing Ruining is suppressed in the Soul-Sealing Valley, she might have already vented her anger. She just doesn't want to bow down to the Feng people because of her face. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. You continue to comprehend the law of life and death. I'll go to the dragon nest and discuss with Long Chen. With that said, Madman opened a spatial passageway and ran in without looking back. You are really impatient. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He raised his head and looked at the door of the Divine Kingdom. If he joined the Long Chen siblings and the mysterious youth, he might really be able to give it a try. Moreover, the Divine King of Primal Chaos gave him the insight. The most important sentence was, Put yourself in death and fight to live. The meaning of this sentence had always confused him. Therefore, he also wanted to go out and see something different. Perhaps it would give him some inspiration. Back at the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang asked Pei Dason to continue to keep an eye on the outside while he took out the Divine Sound Transmission Stone and sent a message to Elder Hua, the Vice Leader, He Zhongtian, and the Sky Palace Master, asking them to help find the whereabouts of the mysterious youth. Moreover, he also sent a message to the Sea Lion Island and asked it to help find him. As for the Sea Lion Emperor and the others, there was no need to bother them with such a small matter. After all, they had merged with the law of life and were all cultivating in seclusion. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang activated the Divine Sound Transmission Stone again. Buzz. Soon. A woman in white appeared. Qin Dage, you are finally willing to send me a message. I thought you had forgotten me. This woman was Yu Qing. After more than 100 years, this woman was now more mature and charming. Now in the sky cloud realm, Yu Qing was absolutely considered a goddess-level figure. It was not that she was very beautiful, but because of her identity and status. The Tianyu building was now spread throughout the entire sky cloud realm and had become the fifth force outside of the Demon Slayer Palace, the Divine Palace, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and the Sky Palace. However, she was quite low-key. Moreover, she had always been respectful to the Demon Slayer Palace, the Divine Palace, the Sky Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Because this was the way of business. Mutual respect, mutual reliance, and honesty. Only then could one become bigger and stronger. Haven't I been busy all this time? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The Tianyu building could be said to have risen in the sky cloud realm under his watch. And it was also due to his contribution, so he had a special feeling for the Tianyu building. Chapter 39-29. I know. I'm busy fighting with the Divine Kingdom. I have to thank you heroes who are fighting on the front line. If it weren't for your efforts, how could we have such a peaceful life now? I just want to say that we have been friends for many years. If you have time, you should visit each other more often. Otherwise, as time passes, our relationship will slowly fade. Yu Qing smiled slightly. To be honest, although the Tianyu building that she managed, including the Mingyu that Qin Feiyang gave to her, was now all over the Tianyun realm, she knew that no matter how well she did, no matter how much power and wealth she had, she would never be able to compare with people like Qin Feiyang. To put it bluntly, it was like the difference between the mortal world and the cultivation world. In the mortal world, no matter how high your status is or how much power you have, you can't compare with a cultivator in the cultivation world. Not to mention, people like Qin Feiyang were still standing at the top of the cultivation world. She was worried. As Qin Feiyang's strength became stronger and stronger, he might slowly look down on her, a mortal woman, in the future. Don't think so much. Friends are for life. When I'm free in the future, I will often visit your Tianyu building. At that time, if I renege on my debt, you, as a rich man, don't trouble me. Qin Feiyang laughed. You're making fun of me. Rich man. Yu Qing shook her head and pouted. The wealth that she had now could indeed be said to be comparable to a country. But she didn't have the confidence to compare with Qin Feiyang. After all, everyone knew that Qin Feiyang possessed an independent world. An independent world. That sort of wealth was not something that could be compared to anything else. Okay, let's get down to business. There's something I want to ask you for help with. Qin Feiyang said. What's the matter? Yu Qing was suspicious. She really couldn't think of anything that could help Qin Feiyang. After all, this man was now a figure who could call the wind and summon the rain in the Tianyun realm. Help me find a person. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the phantom of the mysterious youth appeared. It's him. Yu Qing was stunned. You've seen him before? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. He's in our Tianyu building right now. Moreover, he has been staying in our Tianyu building for several months. He is either sleeping or drinking all day long. Many years ago, when you fought against the first Prince of the Dragons on White Crane Island, I was there as well. At that time, I saw this person, and your relationship seemed to be quite good, so when I saw him, I treated him very carefully. Yu Qing explained. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It was indeed this person's character. He asked, which Tianyu building? The Heavenly Delight Pavilion in Ocean of Cloud City. His drinking in the hall downstairs. Do you want to come over now? It just so happens that I'm here as well. Yu Qing asked, her eyes full of expectation. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I'll make preparations first. Since an honored guest has come to my Tianyu building, I'll definitely treat him well. Yu Qing chuckled. Do as you wish. Qin Feiyang shook his head and couldn't help but laugh, and then he turned off the transmission stone. The transmission stone had just entered into closed-door cultivation when it buzzed once more. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He activated the transmission stone, and Elder Hua's image appeared and laughed hoarsely. I've found him. He's in Ocean of Cloud City's Tianyu building. So fast. Qin Feiyang was astounded. It hadn't been long since he gave the order, and there was actually news. His efficiency was extraordinary. Elder Hu chuckled, Qin Feiyang, whose name shakes the entire Skycloud continent. How could I dare to neglect Lord Qin's orders? You're making fun of me as well. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Elder Hu shook his head and smiled. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Why are you looking for him? It's a private matter. Then that's all for now. I won't disturb your cultivation. After saying that, Qin Feiyang turned off the divine sound transmission stone. With Elder Huo's character, he definitely couldn't let him know about their plan. Otherwise, he would definitely advise them endlessly like Huo Wu. Moreover, he didn't want Elder Huo to worry about him because of this. After putting away the transmission stone, Qin Feiyang appeared outside with Pei Dason and instructed, be sure to keep an eye on him. Once you see him, immediately send me a message. Okay. Pei Dason nodded. When Qin Feiyang left, he was still a little worried, so he handed the horsetail whisk to Pei Dason. After all, the people of the Divine Kingdom could descend here at any time. Giving Pei Dason a ruler weapon wasn't enough to kill the enemy, but it wasn't a problem to escape with him. Ocean of Cloud City. Although the 4 youths from the god race had come here and caused a ruckus and almost massacred the city, half a year had passed, and the impact wasn't great anymore. People's lives were still the same. But compared to before, the number of people walking on the streets had obviously decreased. As the saying goes, pressure is motivation. Facing a colossus like the Divine Kingdom, those who were a little more sensible would definitely not run out every day like before. Especially the disciples of the Demon Palace. Without special circumstances, they wouldn't leave the Demon Palace and cultivate wholeheartedly. However, no matter how serious the situation was, as a layman, it was inevitable that they would have to socialize. So, the various restaurants were still quite lively. Especially a colossus like the Tianyu restaurant, it would welcome a large number of guests every day. At this moment, in the magnificent hall, there were dozens of tables of guests sitting. The current scale of the Tianyu restaurant in Ocean of Cloud City wasn't small. It was almost a dozen times larger than before. Because this place could be considered the headquarters of the Tianyu restaurant. Yu Qing had made his fortune here. As the first place to make his fortune, it naturally had to be well decorated. And now, the topic that everyone was discussing the most was undoubtedly the war between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm. Long Chen, Long Qin, Yun Xiang, Li Feng, and Madman naturally became the focus of discussion. Because these few times, they were the ones who drove away the groups of people from the Divine Kingdom. Especially before. Madman's battle with Ji Yunhai in the core area had shocked the entire Eastern continent. So, he naturally became the focus of attention. In a corner of the hall, there was a table for 2 people. A young man in tattered clothes was drinking wine lazily while looking through the window at the pedestrians on the street outside with lifeless eyes. He didn't say a word throughout the entire process. The topics of discussion at the other tables didn't arouse his interest at all. It was like he was in an independent space and didn't fit in at all. However, when the other guests occasionally glanced at the young man, there was a trace of reverence in their eyes. Suddenly, on the top floor, the door opened. A woman walked out. She was graceful and charming. It was Yu Qing. Miss Yu Qing, so you're also in Cloud Sea City. I thought you were in another branch. It's really rare to see a benefactor like you. When Yu Qing arrived at the hall, familiar people greeted her one after another. How am I a benefactor? Everyone here is the benefactor of Tianyu Building. Because without everyone's support, Tianyu Building wouldn't be where it is today. Everyone, eat and drink well. Today's expenses are free of charge. Yu Qing smiled. She was very happy. Free of charge? Really? Miss Yu Qing, what kind of good thing did you encounter? You're so happy. Everyone was stunned. Later, there will be a true benefactor coming to Tianyu Building. Yu Qing smiled. What benefactor? Everyone was curious. You'll know later. Yu Qing smiled mysteriously. She walked to the young man and whispered, Young master, can you please go to the private room upstairs? Reason. The young man turned his head and looked at Yuqing lazily. Yuqing glanced at the other guests and said telepathically, Qin Dage will come to you later. I guess he has something to do. There are too many people in the hall, so it's better to. Is he the benefactor you mentioned? The young man was stunned. Yes. Yuqing nodded and said to herself, Tianyu Building is where it is today entirely because of Qin Dage. Therefore, he is not only my benefactor, but also the benefactor of the entire Tianyu Building. Not bad. You've achieved glory, but you still don't forget other people's kindness. The young man nodded and smiled with appreciation. He waved his hand and said, There's no need to go upstairs. Just stay here. I'm too lazy to move. Yuqing's mouth twitched. Can't even be bothered to walk a few steps. There was actually such a lazy person. She had really learned something new. All right, as long as you're happy. Seeing that the young man ignored her, Yuqing turned around and walked to the counter. She looked at the waiter standing behind the counter and said, Prepare a pot of the best wine. Okay. The staff nodded. Wait, all of a sudden. Yuqing stopped the waiter again. After pondering for a while, she shook her head and said, I don't want wine because he doesn't like to drink. How about this? Bring me my precious tea leaves. Your precious tea leaves? The waiter was stunned and asked, Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Go ahead. Yuqing waved her hand. The waiter left with a look of disbelief. He had worked in Tianyu Building for decades, so he knew the owner of the building very well. Her precious tea leaves were the king of teas and were extremely rare. Usually, she wouldn't take them out even when she was entertaining the influential people of Cloud Sea City. Even the people of the City Lord's mansion didn't have the chance to drink it. But now, not only did she come downstairs personally, she even took out the best tea leaves. Who exactly was the person who was going to come later? He was being treated so well. Very soon. The waiter walked over with an exquisite teapot. He looked so careful as if he was afraid that he would accidentally drop the teapot. He put down the teapot gently and was about to get the tea set. No need. I'll do it personally. Yuqing stopped the waiter and walked to the young man with the teapot. She said with a smile, Can I sit? Her attitude was rather polite. Up to you. The young man replied indifferently. Thank you. Yuqing smiled and sat opposite the young man. She took out a set of top-grade tea set and began to brew tea. Her movements were extremely gentle and elegant. She had been running the tea house all these years and had a good understanding of tea. What kind of tea needed what kind of water, and the temperature of the water, the length of time it took to brew the tea, and so on. It could be said that she was now an accomplished tea master. Naturally, she didn't lack good tea sets. Who exactly is coming? Not only did she come downstairs personally, but she also brewed tea to receive him personally. This is not ordinary treatment. I'm afraid that even those big shots from the Demon Hall and the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance are nothing more than this. Everyone looked at the happy Yuqing with suspicion in their eyes. Chapter 39:30. Tianyu restaurant slowly quieted down. The rich tea fragrance quickly covered the wine fragrance in the hall. It was obvious that these were not ordinary tea leaves. Everyone drank as they silently stared at the door, waiting for the so-called nobleman. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air outside the door. This person was wearing a fitting white robe. He was tall and slender, and had an extraordinary temperament. There was a faint smile on his face, which made people feel close to him. At this moment, not only the guests in the hall, but even the pedestrians on the street immediately stopped and looked at the white-robed young man. At first, there was a trace of surprise in everyone's eyes. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Why would he appear in Cloud Sea City? After all, with this person's current status, a casual word from him could shake the Sky Cloud realm. If there was anything, he only needed to give the order. There was no need for him to do it personally. However, when they rubbed their eyes hard and looked again, they found that it was indeed the man they knew. Qin Feiyang. So he came to Tianyu restaurant. Could Yuqing be so happy? Everyone came to a realization. Everyone knew that Tianyu restaurant relied on the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace to develop. All of this was naturally related to Qin Feiyang. Later, Tianyu restaurant gradually entered the Western continent, Northern continent, and Southern continent. It also received the care of the itinerant cultivator alliance, the Demon Palace, and the Sky Palace. This was also related to Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang rarely appeared in Tianyu restaurant, and although the owners of Tianyu restaurant were Yuqing and Yi Miao, everyone knew that the man behind Tianyu restaurant was actually Qin Feiyang. There were also some rumors in the secular world. Some said that the real owner behind Tianyu restaurant, it was actually Qin Feiyang. Some said that Yuqing and Yi Miao were Qin Feiyang's relatives. Some even said that the two women were Qin Feiyang's confidants. In short, there were different opinions. However, what could be confirmed? The relationship between Qin Feiyang and Yuqing was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, why would he take such good care of Tianyu restaurant? Qin Dage. Yuqing also hurriedly got up to greet him. The smile on her face, it was as brilliant as a blooming flower. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He entered Tianyu building. The dozens of tables inside. They immediately stood up, their faces filled with reverence. Everyone, don't be nervous. I just came to see an old friend. Qin Feiyang smiled amiably. He swept his gaze across the hall before making his way toward the young man. Everyone smiled bitterly. How could he not be nervous? Why don't you take a look at your current status in the Sky Cloud realm? However, speaking of which, just how strong was this person now? Ever since he returned from the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure, he had never seen this person make a move. Compared to the current golden-winged Wolf King, a madman, Long Chen, Long Qin, Li Feng, Yun Xiang and the others. Who was stronger? Yuqing followed him. She smiled and said, Qin Dage, the tea is ready. Try it and see how it tastes. If you don't like it, I'll change it. Qin Feiyang sat opposite the young man. He picked up the teacup that had been filled with tea. He put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it. The tea assailed his nose and made his mouth salivate. Immediately, he tasted it again. The taste of the tea was very smooth, without any bitterness. It also had a hint of sweetness and fragrance. Not bad. It can compete with the Yulu Longjing and the Tianxian Lu. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. It's good that you like it. Yuqing stood aside like a well-behaved little sister. Don't just stand there. Sit down and talk. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Yuqing nodded and sat next to Qin Feiyang. The young man opposite, holding a wine glass, looked at Qin Feiyang and Yuqing with great interest. A talented man and a beautiful woman, quite a match. What are you looking at? Qin Feiyang noticed the strange look in the young man's eyes and couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Nothing. The young man chuckled and asked, What's the matter? Qin Feiyang looked at the other guests in the hall and said, Are you interested in going to the Divine Kingdom? Ah! The young man looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Going to the Divine Kingdom? What do you think the Divine Kingdom is? Back garden? You said it so easily. Don't tell me you don't have the courage. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Don't provoke me. I don't buy it. There was a trace of contempt in the young man's eyes. Did he think he was an idiot? He obviously wanted to drag him into the water. Okay. I won't force you. Think about it yourself. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The young man pondered for a moment and asked suspiciously, Why do you suddenly have this idea? It's simple. I don't want to be on the defensive all the time. Qin Feiyang said secretly. However, with your current strength, even if you successfully enter the Divine Kingdom, you won't be able to make any waves. The young man transmitted. Listening to what you said, you seem to know the true strength of the Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the young man curiously. The young man's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule as he asked, If I say that I know everything, would you believe me? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ah. The young man was stunned. This reply was indeed a little unexpected. Your identity is too mysterious. Moreover, whether it was in the ancient world, Nether King's Hell, or now in the Sky Cloud realm, you seem to have the ability to know everything. How about, tell me, where did you come from? Who are you? Qin Feiyang was curious. Didn't I tell you last time? I'm the son of the god of creation. The young man chuckled. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and really wanted to slap him, but he shook his head and said, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Think about it carefully. Okay, I'll think about it. The young man nodded. A trace of a smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. As long as he could think about it, there was hope. He was afraid that he wouldn't even think about it. Where's Miao Miao? Why don't I see her? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yuqing and asked. You're done talking? Yuqing looked at the two in astonishment. The two had been secretly communicating the whole time. Yuqing also knew about it, so she didn't disturb them. She didn't expect it to be so fast. Yes. It's just a small matter. It won't take much time. Qin Feiyang nodded. Who would believe that? How could a small matter be sneaky? However, Yuqing was a sensible girl. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. She smiled and said, Miao Miao has been busy in the southern continent. You guys have worked hard. I think the foundation of the Tianyu building has been laid. Why don't you hire more people to help? You don't have to do everything by yourself. Qin Feiyang said. Actually, we're quite relaxed now. There are people in charge everywhere. Basically, we don't have to go over. But you also know that not everyone can be trusted. Miao Miao and I are worried that the managers of some places will take advantage of the power of the Tianyu building and bully the customers. So when we're free, we'll disguise ourselves and go to different places secretly. That's the so-called incognito investigation. Yuqing smiled faintly. I see. You're quite thoughtful. In today's world, it's not uncommon for a big shop to bully its customers. We really need to be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. Actually, this kind of thing has happened in other branches before. However, after Miao Miao and I found out about it, we immediately dealt with it seriously. The people involved were executed on the spot. It was quite a deterrent. Yuqing sighed. Speaking of these things, she was really a little sad. Two of the people involved were the first to follow her. Out of trust, she had sent them to manage other branches. She didn't expect that they would hold the power in their hands and commit crimes in the local area. Human greed was indeed difficult to satisfy. Once you had something good, you would want something better. I'll definitely support you in this matter. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yuqing was secretly delighted when she heard this. She asked, Qin Deity, what do you think of the matter we discussed in the past? What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yuqing said with a smile, it's the divine brew in your hands. If there was divine brew, the business of the Tianyu building would definitely rise to another level. Oh, that. Qin Feiyang smiled in realization. Back then, we were afraid of the three major races and didn't want to implicate the Tianyu building. But now that the Dragon King and the other two are dead, we shouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. Yuqing looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you, Qin Deity. When the time comes, I'll give you all the profits. Yuqing was pleasantly surprised. All of it? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, then what are you earning? I'm earning fame. With the divine brew, the reputation of the Tianyu building will definitely be greater than before. The greater the reputation, the better the business, and naturally, the more money we will earn in the future. Yuqing said with a smile. You really know how to do business. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he waved his hand and said, forget about the profits. Just take it as my sponsorship. How embarrassing is that? Yuqing said hurriedly. It's nothing. We're friends. Besides, do I lack that little bit of profit? Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. Yuqing nodded. With Qin Feiyang's strength, he didn't need this little bit of wealth at all. Moreover, these worldly wealth didn't mean much to him anymore. How about this? You help me collect divine arts. Any grade is fine, but you must buy them at a reasonable price. You can't take them by force. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, what do you need divine arts for? Yuqing was suspicious. It's not for me, it's for the beings of the Black Tortoise world. Although I've obtained many divine arts from killing enemies in the past, the number of beings of the Black Tortoise world is increasing day by day. They are my people. Of course, I have to help them. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's how it is. Yu Qing was enlightened and said enviously, the beings of the Black Tortoise world are really lucky to have met a good person like Qin Dage. No, no, no. You're saying the opposite. I'm lucky to have met them. They are the greatest blessing of my generation. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Something delayed me today. The remaining 2 chapters will be released at 11 o'clock. Chapter 39-31. These words shocked Yu Qing. Although she had stayed in the Black Tortoise world for a period of time in the western mainland, she had been confined to the Devil's Land. Therefore, she didn't know much about the Black Tortoise world. Therefore, she thought that it had always been Qin Feiyang taking care of the Black Tortoise world. Because, from an outsider's point of view, the Black Tortoise world was so weak. How could they help Qin Feiyang? Moreover, in these years, other than Qin Feiyang himself, the Madman, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King, they hadn't seen any Black Tortoise world creatures come out to fight. But they didn't know. Every time Qin Feiyang opened the slaughter domain, the fresh blood he absorbed was freely contributed by the Black Tortoise world creatures. Although Qin Feiyang had grasped the Karma Law's ultimate and the Life and Death Law's ultimate mysteries, and his Eye of Heaven had evolved and wouldn't easily open the slaughter domain, it had helped Qin Feiyang defeat countless strong enemies in the past. Standing behind him and silently supporting him were the beings of the Black Tortoise realm. Therefore, he had secretly vowed countless times that he wouldn't mistreat these cute creatures in the future. In any case, the more divine arts the better. Qin Feiyang looked at Yu Qing and smiled. He didn't explain too much. Okay. Yu Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled, then go to the Black Tortoise world. I'll ask Pei Hongyu to bring you to a person called Zhao Sai and ask him to give you all the Black Tortoise divine brew he has. Okay. Yu Qing's face was filled with anticipation. How much of this all was there? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Yu Qing disappeared. Then, he looked at the young man and asked, have you thought about it? Ah! The young man looked at Qin Feiyang. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it after so long. Qin Feiyang frowned. I haven't thought about it at all. The young man shook his head. Wanting an answer now, he was really impatient. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Initially, when he saw the young man lowering his head in silence, he thought that he must have been considering this problem. But in the end, he didn't think in this direction at all. How long do you need to think about it? Qin Feiyang felt powerless. Fortunately, he didn't interact with this person often. Otherwise, his careless attitude would make him anxious to death. Don't worry. Wait until I have a good night's sleep. After my head is clear, I will think about it carefully. After the young man finished speaking, he picked up the wine jar, got up and walked upstairs without looking back, leaving Qin Feiyang sitting alone at the table in a daze. What kind of person did I meet? When he came back to his senses, Qin Feiyang's face twitched and he was speechless. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was alone, a young man in his 20s at the table next to him held a wine glass. He gathered his courage and nervously walked over to Qin Feiyang's side. He smiled obsequiously and said, Lord Qin, may I have the honor of having a drink with you? Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the young man. I'm sorry to disturb you. Facing Qin Feiyang's gaze, the young man suddenly panicked and turned around to run away. Wait. Qin Feiyang stopped the young man. Lord, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. The young man hurriedly explained. Calm down first. Qin Feiyang stopped the young man and asked seriously, am I really that scary? Huh. Hearing this, the young man immediately looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. I'm a little puzzled. Why are you so afraid of me? I don't remember doing anything heinous in the past. Qin Feiyang frowned. No. Everyone has a good reputation for your character. Anyway, everyone knows that you are a good person. The young man hurriedly explained. Really? Qin Feiyang didn't believe it. Of course. Back then, when Yi Yuan came to harm the innocent, Weren't you the ones who came forward and killed him on the spot? And now, it's you who are standing at the forefront to fight against the divine kingdom. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a peaceful life now. Not only are you good people, but you are also the great people of the sky cloud realm and the idols of us young people. The young man boasted. When he said these words, he was very nimble and wasn't nervous at all. One could even see a trace of pride. He was proud that the sky cloud realm had such geniuses. Then why are you so afraid of me? Qin Feiyang was curious. Isn't it because the disparity in strength is too big? Instinctively afraid. The young man smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He picked up the teacup and said, "I don't drink." The young man was stunned for a moment and immediately reacted. He quickly picked up the wine cup and clinked it with Qin Feiyang's teacup. He smiled happily and said, "It's okay. You drink tea and I drink wine." It turned out that this person wasn't that difficult to get along with. Land of buried gods. Outside the entrance. At this moment, the Feng people, from the reclusive old antiques to the women and children, gathered together and looked at the land of buried gods. Their faces were full of fear. This place couldn't be entered at all. Not to mention recuperating here. Fortunately, the battle not long ago happened in the core area. If it happened in the inner area or even the central area, the terrifying battle fluctuations were enough to kill them in minutes. I don't want to go in again. Elders, ancestors, I beg you, please find a safe place for us. We don't dare to expect anything else. As long as we can be safe, it's fine. Many people were full of despair at this moment. Some even knelt on the ground and cried. Looking at the desperate people in front of them, the group of old antiques was also extremely painful. They also wanted to find a safe place, but could they find it? The Feather Emperor went to beg. The Blood Ancestor went to beg. The Little Rabbit went to beg. The Kirin clan also went to beg. But no force was willing to give them a place. The Sky Cloud realm was so big, but there was no place for the Feng people. They were also desperate. But things had come to this, what could they do? At the same time, not far away, on a mountain peak, Fire Dance stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the helpless faces. Her expression was incomparably complicated. If back then, if one of these people could stand up for her, she wouldn't have left the Feng people sadly. She did not feel guilty about the current phoenixes, nor did she blame herself. Because they only had themselves to blame. But, after all, they were all her people. Blood was thicker than water. Seeing the Feng people fall to this point, especially those helpless children, she couldn't bear it. No. I can't be so merciful anymore. When I left, no one asked me to stay, and no one stood up for me. Now, do I have to sympathize with them? I should be happy about their fate today. Fire Dance quickly killed the sympathy in her heart and turned to leave. But at this moment, a teenager saw her and exclaimed, "It's Sister Fire Dance." Fire Dance. The people of the Feng people all looked at the mountain peak that the teenager was pointing at. When they saw the familiar figure, the group was immediately overjoyed. Woo-er. Huadahong hurriedly chased after her. The white-haired old woman and the white-haired old man also quickly followed with a group of elders and antiques. Needless to say, the other clansmen naturally didn't need to say. They rushed toward Fire Dance as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. Fire Dance's expression froze. But in the end, she didn't stop. Instead, she quickened her pace. Woo-er, don't go. Take it as Grandpa begging you. Can you listen to Grandpa for a while? Huadahong cried out in pain. Sister Fire Dance, don't go, okay? We need you. Please don't abandon us. Many children also began to shout loudly. Fire Dance clenched her hands tightly. Her eyes showed that she was struggling. Finally, she slowly stopped and turned to look at the group of clansmen. Her eyes were slightly cold. Chapter 39-32. Woo-er. It's all Grandpa's fault. Whether it's the Sky Bell Divine Treasure or hell, Grandpa shouldn't have been so selfish. Grandpa has already acknowledged his mistake and promised to repent. Woo-er, no matter what happens, we're still a family. I'm your grandfather and you're my granddaughter. Blood is thicker than water. Hua Dahong ran to Hua Wu and said with snot and tears. He put on a pitiful look to gain sympathy. Yes, Wu you know the reason why we didn't stand up for you back then. At that time, the Feng people respected Feng Hu. How would we dare to anger her? If we helped you, even we would be punished. We all know that you and your father suffered a lot at that time, but now that Feng Hu is dead, it's time for you and your father to come back. The group of old antiques spoke one after another. Even the old antiques of the Ice Phoenix clan had a pleading look. These days, they had experienced what true despair was. The Feng people couldn't do without someone to lead them. They would die sooner or later. Now, the only person who had the ability to lead the Feng people was Hua Wu. Are you done? Hua Wu asked. Everyone nodded. Hua Wu glanced at the group of old antiques and shook her head. You've been talking for so long because you want to express one thing. The Feng people are in trouble and need someone to help you. I'm the only person you can find now and the only person who can help you. Yes. The Feng people need your help now. We've hurt you in the past, but we're still a family. Isn't it normal for a family to quarrel? Hua Dahong said. Is this just quarreling? Hua Wu glanced at Hua Dahong and said angrily, when Feng Hu snatched my inheritance, what were you doing? When Feng Hu asked Bing Changtian to monitor me, what were you doing? Later, when I fell out with Feng Hu, even my father stood by my side resolutely. What were you doing? A series of questions left Hua Dahong speechless. Let me tell you. Not only did you not speak up for your own granddaughter, you even helped Feng Hu and tried to kill me. If it's really my fault, I admit it. But ask yourself, is this my fault? You clearly knew that the person in the wrong was Feng Hu, yet you continued to help Feng Hu target me. Did you treat me as your granddaughter or family at that time? Fire Dance sneered at Hua Dahong. She then looked at the other members of the Fire Phoenix clan. And you guys, all of you are the same as me, members of the Fire Phoenix clan. I can understand why the Ice Phoenix clan would treat me like this. After all, the Ice Phoenix clan and our Fire Phoenix clan have a grudge to begin with. But what about you? As a member of the Fire Phoenix clan, even you treat me like this. I don't expect you to stand with me against Feng Hu, but you should at least speak up for me. But did you say that? Back then, in that hall, I was like a rat crossing the street. You all tried to kill me. Is this the so-called kinship you speak of? Blood is thicker than water. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Fire Dance scolded mercilessly. The resentment that had been suppressed in her heart for many years was finally vented. The white-haired old woman, the white-haired old man, and the others lowered their heads in shame. Actually, in the end, you all are just jealous. Jealous that I, a junior, have the ultimate profundity of the strongest law. You don't want my strength to surpass yours. Because in this way, I have more say in the Feng people than you. I'll give you 2 words, selfish. Fire Dance's face was full of mockery. The group of old antiques looked ashamed. As expected. The rise of the human race is not without reason. Because the human race has respected seniors like the Azure Dragon and the Blood Ancestor. They can selflessly give their inheritance to the younger generation. They are willing to step down from the stage and let the younger generation break through. However, the older generation of the Feng people only sees their own interests. To be honest, even if the Feng people perish, no one will feel pity. Fire Dance shook her head. Wooer, aren't you going overboard with your words? The Feng people are your home. How can you say that they will perish? If it were in the past, the group of old antiques would have been furious on the spot. However, now, they all tried to persuade her tactfully, afraid that they would anger her. Is it overboard? I don't think it's overboard at all. I don't want to say anything else. I just want to ask you one thing. If I didn't have a good relationship with Qin Feiyang and the others today, if I didn't have such strong strength, would you come and look for me? Fire Dance looked at the group of people and asked. The group of people lowered their heads and remained silent. Let me answer you. You wouldn't. It's very simple. In the years that my father and I left the Feng people, not a single one of you came to greet us or show concern for us. If the dragons hadn't chased you out of the phoenix nest and made you homeless, You would never have thought of us. This is your attitude. So, why should I help you now? Fire Dance sneered. Yes. It's all our fault. We'll change, as long as you can come back, we'll listen to you from now on. Woo-ah. Everyone makes mistakes. Can't you just give us a chance? I'll kneel and beg you. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth and knelt in the air with a plop. Woo-ah, I'll kneel and beg you too. Come back. The white-haired old woman also knelt. When the people behind saw this, they also knelt in the air. The people of the Ice Phoenix clan looked at each other and finally knelt down slowly with pleading faces. Huadahong looked at the people behind him and roared, Woo-ah, our people have already knelt to you. Can't you forgive them? If this isn't enough, Grandpa will also kneel and beg you. How about that? After saying that, Huadahong also knelt in the air. Fire Dance waved her hand and a power of law appeared, blocking Huadahong's knees. She shook her head and said, You're my grandpa. I can't bear this kneel. It's impossible for me to forgive you. When everyone heard this, they fell into despair again. However, you can go to the core area to find my father. If he forgives you, then I can help you find a place to cultivate in the Sky Cloud realm. As for the Phoenix Nest, it's now the territory of the dragons. You can never go back. After saying that, Fire Dance turned around and left without looking back. Huadahong looked at Fire Dance's back with a face full of regret. He turned to the white-haired old woman and asked, What should we do? What else can we do? The other people will stay here and wait. All of us old antiques will go to the core area and ask for Huawanchang's forgiveness. The white-haired old woman stood up and said, I don't have any extravagant hopes now. It's enough to have a place to cultivate. The white-haired old man sighed and stood up. He looked at the other old antiques and said, Let's go to the core area. I hope we don't meet the people of the Divine Kingdom. Immediately, the group of old antiques immediately rushed to the core area.